Psychoactive Substances Bill Lords, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
No, ma'am.
We begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the new clauses and amendments listed on the selection paper. Lynn Brown to move new clause 1.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to Amendment 4 and new clause 1, both of which deal with the key issue of drugs, education and awareness. This bill contains provisions to disrupt the supply of new psychoactive substances, but these provisions will not be effective without action to reduce demand. What we need is a coherent and comprehensive education and awareness strategy to go alongside this bill. Amendment 4 would place a duty on the Secretary of State to update Parliament on the progress made by the Government in improving education and awareness of new psychoactive substances. The bill requires the Secretary of State to bring a progress review before Parliament. Our member prescribes that this review should contain information about education and awareness too. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Just at the end of last year, I visited St Albans RC High School in my constituency, my old school, and saw there at first hand the kind of educational work that was being done on so-called legal highs. Would you agree with me that that's precisely the kind of approach that we need?
I thank the honourable friend for making that point, and indeed Wales has got a really impressive education programme that I'm going to come to later in my contribution. New clause 1 amends the Education Act to make PSHE include a focus on drugs and new psychoactive substances. It should be a foundation subject in any national curriculum. The government's drug education strategy contains some really warm words about providing good quality education and advice so that young people and their parents are provided with credible information to actively resist substance misuse. But these warm words aren't and weren't acted upon. The coalition government reversed Labour's plans to make PSHE a statutory requirement, despite that being recommended in the review carried out by Sir Alistair MacDonald. They closed the Drugs Education Forum, a source of expertise on drugs education in England, which disseminated information to teachers across the country. The forum was closed as part of a drastic cut in drugs education spending. According to the Department of Health, drugs education spending reduced from £3.9 million in 2009-10 to around £500,000 in 2010-11. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and of course she's making a very important point about the need for PHSE to include these measures. Given that the 5-year forward view that has been set out by Simon Stevens for the National Health Service predicates £5 billion worth of savings coming from prevention, isn't this exactly the kind of prevention that we should be promoting in our schools?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and if I can remember my stats properly, the government estimated that to do the kind of comprehensive drugs education would cost approximately £500 for every pupil in England and Wales. And if you offset that towards nearly £1 million that would be spent on person who was misusing substances over the course of their lifetime, that's an average cost of course, then we can see that it can be cost effective to provide decent, comprehensive drugs education and stop us from spending at the other end, which is on people who are misusing and abusing substances. Statistics provided by Mentor, the drug and alcohol charity, demonstrate that this was a disastrous set of actions. 60% of schools now teach drugs education for 1 hour or less a year. 59% of all pupils say they can't remember having a drugs education lesson in the past year. And Paul Toey, former chief executive of Mentor, has told a national newspaper that we are probably in the worst situation for drugs education for decades. Where there is drugs education in our schools, the quality is questioned. Ofsted found that 40% of PHSE teaching was not good and needed to improve. A 2013 survey of teachers by the PSHE Association reported that 81% of respondents would like more classroom resources for drug and alcohol education. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to her. Can my old friend give an example of any anti-drug use education programme here or anywhere else in the world in this century or the last century that's resulted in a reduction in drug use?
Well, I have to say to my honourable friend that I'm going to come to it later in my speech when I talk about Wales. Although there hasn't yet been a proper examination of the findings from the drugs programme that Wales has put into action, there does, in the initial findings, look as if it has had some impact. So if the honourable friend will allow, I'll continue with my... Thank you. Thank you, my oration even. All right, enough. Okay. The evidence, including from the government's own inspectors, suggests that the government's approach to PSHE simply isn't working. This failure has occurred at a time when the growth of the new psychoactive substances industry has started to radically alter the drug situation in our country. Moreover, parents want these changes. An NUT survey suggests that around 88% of parents want PSHE to be compulsory. A 2011 survey conducted by Mumsnet showed that 98% of parents were happy for their children to attend PSHE lessons.
While this legislation will go some way to addressing the issues of legal highs, there's still the issue of the purchase of legal highs online. And does the Honourable Lady feel that there is still much to do in relation to that?
I do agree with the honourable gentleman that there needs to be much that we can do in order to prevent the supply and the demand of these substances. This set of amendments is currently dealing with demand, and I feel that unless we get our message out that these so-called legal highs are neither legal nor safe, then the demand on the internet will become even greater. So we do need to get out the core message that the government is doing through this bill, which these drugs are not legal, they're not safe, and actually the demand on the internet needs to be curbed as well, which is why we need to make sure that we have proper education and information out there. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a situation where parents, teachers and the government's own inspectors think that we should have more and better drugs education, but it appears that the government doesn't agree. In Wales, a Labour government shows us how successful an alternative approach can be. A £2 million investment in the All Wales School Liaison Programme has made substance misuse education a core subject in 98% of Welsh primary and secondary schools. Almost all Welsh school children receive accurate, consistent and credible information about the potential harms of drugs, rather than having to rely on friends, myths, the internet and guesswork. The school's programme is complemented by the Welsh Emerging Drugs and Novel Substance Project. That is a new psychoactive substances information and harm reduction programme, as well as measures to educate parents. These are all part of a £50 million investment in reducing drugs harms. There are signs that the Welsh approach is working. Drug deaths in Wales are down 30% since 2010. In contrast, drug-related deaths have been creeping up in England. There was a 17% increase in the last year, and the Office of National Statistics state that they are now at the highest level since records began in 1993. Too much of the drugs education in our schools is focused on providing information. Evidence suggests that to get drugs education right, it has to be taught alongside a focus on life skills, which empower young people to resist peer pressure and to make informed decisions. I will.
Give her a chance for a sip of her water. it's good to hear from her again. I enjoyed her during committee. I mean, I agree with an awful lot of what she's saying, and nobody is suggesting that what's perfect. But you know, we have Mentor UK, we have the Rise Above programme, we have the Frank campaign, and I feel sure what she's going to come on to in her speech is, while of course there's a role for the state, of course there's a role for education and for health, there's also a role for parents. And I'm a parent of 2 young children, and I intend to educate them as best that I possibly can with the information that I've got about the dangers of psychoactive substances. Would she agree that's got to be a key part of this?
I do so agree with the honourable gentleman. Unfortunately, I've not been lucky enough to become a parent myself, but I know that, you know, looking at my nieces, their parents and what their parents tell them, and the information their parents have is crucial to them making the right decisions as they go along.
Shall the Minister give way?
I will.
I'm very grateful for giving way on that point. I just wanted to make the point that there are lots of very responsible parents out there who will, of course, talk to their children about legal highs and about building resilience and self-confidence so children make the right decisions in their lives. But we have to accept there are unfortunately many children who don't have the advantages that we would like them to have. And I think it's incumbent upon us all then to recognise that education within the school setting is another way of getting important messages across.
My honourable friend is right indeed. These life skills can only be taught by helping children think about the challenges and dangers which they face and understand that bullying is often a tool of the drug pusher, and that a consequence of taking drugs from pushers is often that they will become themselves in debt or open to exploitation. And these are our messages that when they're introduced into a classroom in our schools, then they can result in conversations between young people and a real learning process taking place, rather than, as my honourable friend says, the hit and miss that can possibly take place outside of school. We need information, values and context to deliver quality drugs education, and that's why drugs education belongs in the sort of comprehensive personal and social education that can be provided by PSHE, and not solely, as is happening so often, in science lessons in our classrooms. Unfortunately, the government have consistently set their opposition to making PSHE a foundation subject when the issue has been raised in this House. There is reason to believe that education about the new psychoactive substances is particularly bad. Research by the Royal Society of Public Health found that a quarter of young people aged between 16 and 24 believed that so-called legal highs were safer than illegal drugs. As we all know, this is a really dangerous misunderstanding, because some of the new psychoactive substances have been classified as Class A drugs. It's little wonder that young people, and older people in fact, are confused when they're being bombarded by the marketing tricks from drug pushers who tells them that they are safe and legal alternatives. Given the ingrained and damaging myths around the new psychoactive substances, I find it a bit astonishing that as of the 2nd of June, just £180,556 has been spent over 3 years on education programmes on these drugs. New psychoactive substances education and awareness is not just about schools, and that's why I've tabled Amendment 4, which would put a statutory duty on the Home Secretary to include an update on progress made in improving new psychoactive substances education and awareness in her statutory review. I think that this amendment would focus minds at the Home Office and compel them to put into place the most effective and comprehensive awareness campaign possible. The Welsh Assembly found that 57% of new psychoactive substances users use the media as their main source of information about new psychoactive substances. Therefore, public relations and advertising campaigns have a genuine role, a key role to play. And this is particularly true amongst adult groups where the government can't act as a direct provider of education as they do in school. The government's own public awareness campaigns are limited, really, to the Frank website, which has almost no social media presence, regrettably. In the absence of any government action, the Angelus Foundation has been forced to run their own advertising campaigns through fundraising and corporate donations in kind. And I want to praise again their work, but I'm sure that they would acknowledge these campaigns should be nationwide and comprehensive, and they simply cannot afford to do it themselves. The job they are doing is the job that the government should be doing. Sorry, yes. Hello.
I'm very good. I very much also commend Angelus, who gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee and have been very important in just establishing the case for more education. Isn't it strange, though, that we have the Frank website and the information coming from Frank, but wholly separately and not connected and not linked is the great work, indeed, the films that go through social media, that can be pushed through social media about awareness of NPSs, but they aren't linked. There isn't that collaboration. Surely we need the government to take a lead on that issue of collaboration.
I say give the gentleman a job in the Home Office, because I think we would become much more effective as if we put into practice what he has just suggested. During the committee, the Minister said that he agreed, I think, I don't want to put words into his mouth, that Frank was in fact inadequate. He said, I put my hands up. Talk to Frank is not perfect. We will work with everybody to ensure that Talk to Frank improves. The way in which it is feeding information is perhaps not as open or direct as possible. Let's sort that out now. So, I'd like to say to the Minister, I'd like to encourage him, when he's responding to me, to respond to the point that his honourable friend has just made, and to give us some understanding of the progress that he has made in sorting it.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. She may not be aware of this, but a very prominent anti-drugs campaigner in my constituency, Mary Brett, has always had a lot of problems with the Frank website, particularly because of the emphasis on harm reduction. And I think the feeling is that the website fails to really point out the dangers in a direct way in which youngsters can understand. So I would rise to support her in hoping that the Minister would again look at this, because there are certainly many very good campaigners with honestly held views that think that Frank is not good enough.
And I thank the Honourable Lady for making that point. I looked at Frank and I know very little about drugs, in truth, apart from now what I have learnt hard in the last few months. I didn't even know what poppers were at the beginning of my brief, so I'd never heard of them. I thought that they were the little things with the string that you had at parties, you know. So, but when I looked at the Frank website, it didn't really enlighten me that much. I needed something a bit more basic that would help me to enlighten me in my education. So I agree with the Honourable Lady and the point that she's made. I urge the Minister to accept my Amendment 4 and pledge to report to Parliament on the progress made in delivering the Government's education strategy. It really is not a big ask. And if the Government are serious about drugs education, and I genuinely believe that the Honourable Gentleman is, it's something that really ought to be committed to rigorously monitoring, you know, at the very least. The Minister claimed in his letter to the Bill Committee that the statutory review should focus on the operation of the legislation. I agree, but the operation of this legislation will not happen in a vacuum. The Minister has repeatedly said that it must be complemented by a communication and awareness strategy, and it seems appropriate to me then that a look at the operation of this legislation would include a substantive section on education and awareness, just to make sure that we're getting the messages out there and reducing demand. Because I'm sure that the Minister will agree with me that we should be keen to review and evaluate the impact of this legislation will have, and I am pleased that there is provision in the bill to ensure that this will happen. However, can he provide assurances that in the regular and annual collection of statistics about the arrests, prosecution, sentences, offender management, as well as treatment, information collected about substances covered by this legislation will not be subsumed in the similar data collected for the drugs controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act? And in a similar way, surveys carried out by the Government into crime and public health will separate consideration of information about the Misuse of Drugs Act, controlled drugs and the psychoactive substance. I raise this because it will be all too easy to simply obscure the impact that this legislation will have if the information is collapsed into the existing systems for collecting our data about actions taken on drugs controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. I would also like to ask the Minister to accept new Clause 1, A Girl Can Dream. The government's approach to PSHE simply isn't working, and we can't stand by and let that happen when new psychoactive substances are bringing new dangers into our community. Whilst on my feet, I'd also like to speak to Amendment 5. If passed, this amendment will add poppers to the list of exemptions to the ban on psychoactive substances. Poppers would then be treated like nicotine, alcohol and caffeine, substances which we know to be psychoactive, but we do not feel it judicious to ban. The reason that we support this bill is that we think that legislation is necessary to safeguard against the serious harms created by new psychoactive substances. Our concern to safeguard against harm is exactly the same reason why we believe that poppers ought to be exempt from the ban on psychoactive substances. In our judgment, fewer harms are likely to occur if poppers are added to the exemption list. I've noted the Home Secretary's response to the Home Affairs Select Committee report, in which she recognises the representations made to the effect of a beneficial and health relationship effect, and the concern that a ban will have, particularly on men who have sex with men. I was pleased to see that the Home Secretary has chosen to refer this issue for further consideration by expert bodies, but I was a little perplexed as to why this consideration is not being made in partnership with the ACMD, her own body of scientific experts on drugs, but instead through the Medical Healthcare Regulatory Agency, the MHRA instead. I note that if the recommendation from the MHRA be favourable and agree with the evidence about poppers to date, that the ACMD will then be consulted, but I find this strange. Why does the Home Secretary prefer a different set of scientists and clinicians to her own? I'd be grateful if the Minister would clarify.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious that it's an intervention, not a speech. Later on, when I have a chance to respond to the debate in the House, in the tone that we've done this all the way through, the Shadow Minister will be hopefully pleased to know that the HMD will start the process, and that is something that I've initiated in the last couple of days.
Do you know, I am pleased to hear that, and so I am grateful indeed to the Minister for that intervention. Oh, OK, why not?
Great. And on the point, whatever the process that the government's going to go through, it seems bordering on crazy to then ban these substances and then with a view to unbanning them in 2 or 3 months' time. And does she agree with the Home Affairs Select Committee in their report, as I do? And I would be intending to support her Amendment 5.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for that, because I do indeed agree with him, because despite this seemingly welcome movement by the Home Secretary, I am still minded to vote this afternoon to place poppers on the exempt list. I do this because I'm fearful that placing a ban on these substances will push their use underground and away from regulatory controls that currently exist. In short, we may do more harm by this action. If after a review and further evidence it is proven that poppers are harmful, and on balance a ban would be appropriate, we on this side will willingly review and test the evidence, and if the case is proven, support a ban on these substances. I give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I agree with her approach in this respect, because surely that makes far more sense and leads to a situation whereby the government's approach is going to create uncertainty and mixed messages, not just in the gay community, but in the population at large.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Let's look at the context and the evidence. Poppers have been used recreationally in Britain for well over 30 years, and in all that time, no government has sought to ban them. None. The word poppers is used to describe a group of chemical compounds, some of which carry more potential harms than others. They're a popular substance in some sections of the gay community because, I'm told, they enhance sexual experience. The National AIDS Trust argue that amyl nitrate and butyl nitrate are relatively rare in Britain because they are regulated by the Medicines Act and by EU law. And as a result of this regulatory regime, the most common compound of poppers in the UK is isopropyl nitrate, which is weaker and does not constitute or pose a significant health risk.
I'm glad she mentions the NAT, the National AIDS Trust, and I've read their briefing on this today. Poppers are not poppers have been around for a long time, but they are not controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act, not because they're not harmless, but because they don't meet the very high threshold of that Act. Now, we are debating this bill now. We are doing it now on the floor of the House of Commons. And if we are to bring in a blanket ban, which we have a successful manifesto commitment to do, this is a blanket ban. This is a psychoactive substance. But surely the Minister's response to the Home Affairs Committee report, suggesting that he will do the research, and as she knows, there is provision in Clause 3 of the bill to enable something to be added to a schedule thereafter. Surely we're doing this the right way around then, aren't we?
I don't agree that we should be doing this the other way around, and I'll come to explain it better as I go along. But my feeling is that this bill should be about harms, and poppers have not been sought to be controlled by any government. They've been around for decades. In fact, they were created, I think, in the late 19th century. In fact, I understand that some ministers in this House at the dispatch box have used them simply to keep going because they were prescribed at that time by their doctors. Now, you know, the reality is, if we ban them now and then unban them in 4 months' time, I think it would just create confusion. What would be better is to allow what has happened all along to continue, and if it is found that the test of significant harm is found, then ban them. Take them off the exempt list. We won't be suffering, we won't actually have any underground laboratories creating synthetic poppers and selling them in nightclubs. It won't be the kind of harm that I envisage and fear would happen if we didn't put them on the exempt list today.
Yeah, well said. I thank the honourable lady. I really want to make the opposite point to my honourable friend. The simple truth is that if you ban something and then you're going to take it back again later, you are bringing the law into disrepute. There is nobody in this House who's fiercer than me in terms of banning inappropriate substances. But it seems to me this is the wrong way round. I agree with my honourable friend. We should keep them off the banned list until we know what the facts are.
I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman. In giving evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee, Dr Owen Bowden-Jones, lead clinician for the Club Drug Clinic, stated that as far as he could speak as a clinician, he doesn't think he's ever seen anybody go to his clinic who had harms connected with poppers. And Professor Iverson of the Advisory Council for the Misuse of Drugs said that he had not seen sufficient scientific evidence of harm in the case of just poppers to justify a recommendation under the Misuse of Drugs Act. And he was not aware of any increase in the use of poppers at all within the UK. Sorry, did you?
Just to be fair-minded, whilst I've also shared concerns in relation to poppers not being on the exempt list, it's also, and the government indeed respond to this and make the point that Dr Owen Bowden-Jones also went on to say that, having said that, there are associated harms. Now we are getting a link between poppers and eye damage, and again, it's just the sort of thing that is unpredictable, just to make that point.
Genuinely, if the evidence changes, and if we can see that there are significant harms, then let's ban it, right? But, you know, for us, this is like a bit like alcohol. You know, used wrong, used excessively, it causes massive harm, right? But as I understand it, the way poppers are genuinely used and generally used by the majority of users of poppers, they do not create the kinds of harms that would require us to be banning them. And actually, to ban them, we genuinely believe would cause more harm than the harms it would solve.
Friend challenged the myth that's popular here that by banning a drug, you reduce its use. This has virtually never happened. And in almost every case where the previously legal substance has been used, as happened with methadone, it was banned, it was legal, its use increased 300%. And it's a complete myth to believe that banning a drug will have that effect. What it's likely to do is to replace a legal market with a criminal market, which is infinitely more harmful.
I do agree with the honourable gentleman that if we do not place poppers on the exempt list today, we are likely to replace a criminal market with a regulated market, and that, I believe genuinely, would be in the interests of absolutely no one.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, but it's actually worse than that set out by my honourable friend, the member for Newport West, because what is likely to happen is that a gay man who might use poppers to enhance sexual pleasure, poppers being made illegal, may well then be tempted to go into the black market and use a Class A or Class B drug, which would increase the risk of unprotected sex, and as a consequence of that, increase the risk of transmission of sexually transmitted infections.
Again, my honourable friend is right and has said it probably better than I could, and I totally and utterly agree with him. One before, yep.
I apologise to the honourable lady for intervening twice, but I just want to make sure we get the reference point for harm clear. I mean, I know almost as little about poppers as she does. I spent this morning reading about them on the web. Now, you know, they cause fainting, they cause some blood damage sometimes in minor cases. Paracetamol causes damage. It can be used for suicide. Aspirin causes damage. You can kill yourself from duodenal bleeding with aspirin. So let's be clear about what damage means. These do not appear to be, on the face of it, harmful drugs.
Again, I agree with the honourable gentleman, and the House will be aware that the Home Affairs Select Committee concluded that poppers ought to be exempted from the ban, and I'm hopeful that the chair, who was in his place, that the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, who is in his place for most of this debate, will inform the House of his views of the Home Secretary's response to his committee's recommendations, because I will listen to that with great interest. Poppers aren't a new drug which has recently appeared on the market about which we have no knowledge. As I said, poppers were first created in the 19th century. They are not a new chemical compound which has been synthetically produced to mimic the effect of already banned substances. There is then a good argument that poppers are not only relatively harmless, but they are not the sort of new psychoactive substance that this bill is intended to deal with. We feel that a ban on poppers, even for a short period, will in fact bring about harms. That the ban will take the sale of poppers out of this successful regulatory regime, and that users may end up being pushed underground, where unscrupulous, unregulated sellers who are in it for the profit are more likely to provide harmful drug compounds and possibly drive users towards other, perhaps more harmful and harder drugs. If it is likely that the review will take 4, 6 months or maybe longer, then that is 4 to 6 months of confusion, potential prosecutions, 4 to 6 months. There's a real danger that they will be under-the-counter sales of poppers which will not be subject to the same regulations. There is a real danger of harm being created, even by a temporary ban on the poppers. Would the Minister not consider a temporary exemption for poppers until the MHRA and the ACMD report back? I understand that the Government have told the National AIDS Trust that the fear I've outlined is unfounded, as a similar ban in Ireland hasn't led to an increase in popper-related harms. However, the National AIDS Trust have been informed by the Gay Men's Health Service in Ireland's Health Service Executive that poppers are still openly sold in Ireland's sex shops and saunas, effectively placing poppers on the exemption list. If this is the case, we would not expect to see any harms associated with pushing popper use underground in Ireland, because the poppers market is still in effect out in the open. It is therefore cannot be inferred that from the situation in Ireland that there will be no health harms from a ban on poppers here in the UK. Additionally, I fear that including poppers in the ban may undermine the bill and make it far more difficult to get across the vital message that psychoactive substances can be, and very often are, very dangerous. There is a risk that the bill will become synonymous with a ban on poppers, a substance which is thought to be relatively harmless, and that as a result the public will come to believe that all the substances banned by the bill are relatively harmless too. That would be an absolute disaster, and it would completely undermine the important work that can be done by this bill. And finally, given that poppers are widely used but relatively harmless, we fear that enforcing the ban on poppers will be a waste of scarce police resources. Enforcing this bill is going to be difficult enough, without disproportionate police time being spent on enforcing a ban on a relatively harmless drug. If in future there is any evidence produced to the contrary, then poppers should be removed from the exempted list or controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. During the committee, the Minister said that it would be sensible for the Government to take stock of the evidence presented about poppers so that the House can decide at report stage. I'd urge him to place poppers on the exempt list until the MHRA and the ACMD have considered the evidence and reported back. I'll be listening intently to what he has to say.
New psychoactive substances, prevention and education.
The question is that new Clause 1 be read a second time. Before I call the Honourable Lady, I just want to point out we've got a total of about 2 hours, so about another hour and a half for this group, and there's quite a large number of people who still want to speak. So if people could keep kind of as tight as possible, that'd be great. We can get everyone in. Cheryl Gillen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to move the amendment that stands on the order paper in my name, and following on from the Honourable Lady for West Ham's remarks, I have really put this amendment down by way of a probing amendment to ascertain the government's position on a number of products that have been marketed through an online marketing company by my constituent. The company is called Focus Supplements, and several weeks ago he came into my constituency surgery very concerned that the products that he sells quite legally, that are effectively health supplements and substances which people use for various things, which I will go through later in talking to this amendment. And I wanted to make sure that the Minister and the Department knew that there are substances out there that are being marketed by perfectly honest, decent and legal companies, indeed on eBay, and by people like Holland and Barrett, where there is concern that they may fall within the ambit of this bill, and therefore criminalise substances which are perfectly innocuous and indeed in some demand. I have no personal experience of these products, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am very supportive of this legislation. So let me make no mistake, I would not be moving this amendment or asking for clarification from the Minister if I thought that there was any harm going to come from the substances that I have placed on the order paper today. The purpose of this amendment is to see whether they fall foul, and these substances fall foul of this legislation. And indeed whether Clause 3, which we've discussed earlier on and has been discussed in the passage of this bill, for the exempted substances, can be fleshed out in any way at this stage, because that will also be helpful to people watching this debate. Now, many of these products are used by people to combat anxiety, aid sleep, enhance memory and learning, and to improve focus, and as such are used as dietary supplements. The cholinergics increase the level of choline in the brain and contain a substance which is found naturally in many foods. Foods rich in choline can include from smoked salmon to fried eggs and chicken liver and Brussels sprouts. And indeed, there are recommendations in some health regimes around the world that there is a certain level of cholines which you should be taking in every day in your diet. The racetams, I hope I pronounce these things correctly, are sometimes called nootropics, and these are supplements that can, in some cases, improve one or more function of the brain. They can improve working memory, motivation, or even attention. One thinks that perhaps that's a group of substances that could easily be taken by some of the members of this House to improve their attention to some of the debates that I've been in on occasion. The products listed.
Nothing that powerful.
The products listed under miscellaneous are various. But for example, oxytryptin is a precursor for serotonin, and as I said, is sold in some health shops such as Holland and Barrett. L-theanine is found in green tea. It's available from people like Nature's Best. And Tongat Ali is available from various health shops. Reversatol, I'm reliably informed, is found in red wine and is an excellent substance. And sulbutadiene is 2-thiamine vitamin B1 molecules. Now, my constituent, Jack Baldwin, met with the MHRA, and they indicated to him that it was perfectly legal for him to sell these products, but they stressed that it was important that no medicinal claims were made for these substances. And indeed, in many other countries, including the USA, I understand all the substances that I've listed in Amendment 1 are not controlled substances, and it's legal to use, own and sell all of those products in the USA and indeed in many other countries. I think one of the problems with a lot of these products is they are relatively young. They are only 10 years old in some cases, and although many of them have been subject to studies at academic level, they have not gone through the rigorous testing that medicinal drugs would necessarily go through. But it seems to me, but it seems to me that this sort of product is not the sort of product that this government or this minister is seeking to ban. I give way to my right honourable friend.
My right honourable friend is exactly right for two reasons, it seems to me. One is that many fitness supplements and other supplements work through the brain. There's no doubt about that. Growth hormone related ones do, and benign things like sage oil do. But the other problem that she faces is the actual definition in the explanatory notes, which says that a psychoactive substance is a substance that causes a range of effects that include but are not limited to hallucinations, change in alertness, perception of time and space, mood, drowsiness, all of which could affect everything from antihistamines to, as I say, something as benign as sage oil. So we have a real problem here that if we're not careful, we'll end up with bad law which will undermine the status of people like her constituents.
I couldn't have put it better myself. And I think that is what concerns me about this legislation. I also think that the point that was made that if it is seen that this is a blanket ban and a stupid ban because it bans perfectly innocuous substances, then it will undermine the very purpose for which this law is being passed. Yes, of course.
Very grateful for her giving way. Doesn't she think there's a danger in treating these nootropic drugs in a different way to all the other new psychoactive drugs, that we could give them some sort of credibility, some sort of approval? There has been some research into their harm or otherwise. The trials have been poorly designed. They haven't found any great dangers in them, but they wouldn't be accepted as being right for a medicinal drug. And wouldn't it be dangerous to treat this group, I understand her constituents' interest, commercial interest in this, to treat it in the same way as any other and give the public the impression that they were harmless? We don't know.
I don't think by putting them on the exempted list, anybody should make the conclusion and draw the conclusion that they are harmless. They obviously have an effect of some sort on individuals. Otherwise, as my constituent reports to me, I don't think he would have a 32% repeat orders for many of these substances. But I take the point that the honourable gentleman is making. However, when it comes to cholinergics, choline, the National Academy of Science has said that choline is a dietary requirement, as I referred to earlier. The Federal Drugs Agency has recommended 425 milligrams of choline intake a day. When it comes to the race TAMs, for example, oxyractam, it's been shown to improve step-down retention performance and acquisition performance in rats. I believe it was carried out on it. It was supported by a paper by the Behavioural Brain Research Organisation in 1996. And I have various other references where there has been good research done into these drugs. Others, I will admit, have not had so much research carried out into them. However, the purpose of this amendment was to make sure that the law of unintended consequences did not apply to this legislation. I think that I would ask the Minister, when he is responding to this group of amendments, that he needs to reassure my constituent and many other organisations, indeed many of the health food shops that sell these supplements, that either they do not fall within the ambit of this bill, and therefore they do not need to be considered, and so none of the companies, online companies or health food shops need concern themselves about falling foul of this legislation. Or if he thinks that they need more research to tell us what needs to be done, but certainly I expect at the bare minimum that he will undertake to review this list of products that I produced at Amendment 1, and let us know after discussions with the ACMD what he intends to do about it. Hopefully, he will either be able to add them to the list or let us know that this legislation does not apply to these products. If not, he needs to reassure my constituent by letting me know the timescales by which he will investigate these particular products and maybe others that might be brought to his attention.
Keith Vaz.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Chesham and Amersham, one of the most distinguished and respected members of this House, and she makes her case very powerfully on these points. I owe her an apology that because of the speed with which the Select Committee was trying to look at this bill, because of the timetable the government had given us, that we did not have the opportunity to explore properly the points that she has made, to take evidence from her constituent and others who might have felt that they were going to be affected by this legislation. If we had more time, we certainly would have had them before us. And as it is our policy, I'm sure that when we come to review this legislation in a few months' time, we will have the opportunity of seeing exactly what its effect would be. But I thank her for putting down the amendment and for reminding the House of the importance of all these other products that may be caught within the legislation. I want to commend the Minister. He's rapidly becoming one of my favourite Home Office ministers. Partly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because he agreed to be Father Christmas at the Westminster Kids Club party, and he did it so well. But also the fact that he is prepared to listen to the House, and he did say that he would look at the work of the Select Committee and try and reflect some of its work in the amendments that he put forward to the committee stage. And he has done so in many of the cases that, many of the recommendations that we have put forward. He sent me yesterday, again with plenty of time to read for today, I thank him for giving me so much time, the government's response to the Psychoactive Bill committee stage and to our recommendations. But I should also begin by thanking the Honourable Member for Enfield Southgate for pushing the committee last year to have an inquiry into this matter before the House had to consider this at second reading. Again, we were caught out by the government's timetable because it was moved forward, as a result of which we did not have all the time in the world to consider these things, but I thank him for doing so. And I want to thank members of the committee, some of whom are here today, for the work that they did at very, very short speed in ensuring that that happened. I know that the member for Louth and Horncastle attended many of the sessions on this bill, despite the fact that she was sitting on, I think, 2 other bills at the same time, but I thank them for the work that they did at such short notice. I think the government has moved in respect of the number of points that we have made, and they were right to legislate. There is no question. This has been in the in tray of successive Home Office ministers for a number of years. The previous government was committed to doing something about it. It was in the manifesto, as our excellent shadow Home Office Minister has said, and I'm sure if the votes had fallen in the opposite direction, we would have a Labour Minister introducing a similar bill. So well done to the Minister for doing this and for incorporating most of what we have said. In respect of Amendments 1 and 5, which I particularly want to talk about, I think it is very important that we give support to organisations like the Angelus Foundation. These voluntary organisations invariably know more than government because they draw on the experience of real-life people, and they are prepared to come together on a voluntary basis in order to try and warn the public and Parliament about the risks of these substances. I'm glad we're not using the word legal highs anymore, because as the report says quite clearly, that encourages people to want to try them. And in respect of education, I agree very much with what the Shadow Minister has said, and I'm sure this will be echoed when the Minister speaks. We cannot do enough to persuade young people that they should not be taking these substances. My children are 20 and 18, they are away at university. It is every parent's nightmare that one of their children out on a night out after studying and doing their work will be offered a substance which is perfectly legal. They will take that substance and they will then be ill and in some cases die. And therefore the tough approach by the government is something that the Home Affairs Select Committee absolutely supports.
Paul Flynn.
Is attracted people to the drugs. Doesn't he think that if we change legal highs to illegal highs, they'll become even more attractive to adolescents?
It may well do, and I think young people are, but we're not calling them illegal highs. That's the point. We are not. The bill does not seek to change the name from legal highs to illegal highs. The effect of the bill is to ban these substances which cause death, and it's not a relabelling. And you know, I have great respect for my honourable member for Newport West. He was a distinguished member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, and I know his position is to liberalise the law on drugs. It is not my position, and it is not the position of the Home Affairs Select Committee. Though we miss him, and I know he would have forced most of our reports to a vote, we don't miss him that much. I give way.
I'm extremely grateful to giving way, and if I get called, I will speak in support of his excellent committee's report. But it's every parent's nightmare that their child should die of drugs, whether it's legal or not, is actually neither here nor there. And if we legislate to make the use of illegal drugs more likely, which is my view on Amendment 5, if that's not carried, then we're not serving our children and others.
The Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and that takes me on to the discussion on amyl nitrates. Now, we've heard today, a bit of a shock for me in my 28 years in this House, that the Shadow Minister says ministers have been to the dispatch box having had poppers. I think that's what she said. Something of a great surprise, I think, to those of us in the House. But she obviously knows more than I do about these issues, even though she claims to know nothing about drugs until she became the Shadow Minister for Drugs. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, having served on the committee alongside my honourable friend for West Ham. I think my recollection was that it was Ernest Bevan in that post-war Labour government who had a bit of a heart murmur and was prescribed amyl nitrate by his doctor, and it is alleged was sniffing poppers round the cabinet table.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that information, and I wonder whether it is still in use around the cabinet table. Anyway, the Minister has moved some way since the Home Affairs Select Committee made a recommendation 45 in our report, that we accepted the evidence of Professor Iverson, the National AIDS Trust and the Gay Men's Health Collective on amyl nitrates, and we accepted what he said, that they were not seen to be capable of having harmful effects sufficient to constitute a problem, and therefore we recommended unanimously that they should not be banned. We said if there was evidence that the government brought forward to change that position and to change our view, then of course they should be added to the list of banned substances. And indeed we say this, if in the future there is any evidence produced to the contrary, then poppers should be removed from the exempted list or controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. Now, because of the immensely able work of the Honourable Member for Finchley and Golders Green, the Minister last night wrote to me and said he had a proposal that a review should begin. He felt that there should still be a case for putting poppers on the banned list, but that if the evidence changed, he would come back to the House or by some other order, and he would put them on the exempted list. Now, I think this is the wrong way round. The Shadow Minister asked me for my view. I've listened to what the member for Winchester has said, who also has constituents, I know, because he's talked to me about them, who are very concerned about drugs issues. In this particular case, and we also said certain things about laughing gas being banned, that we did not feel that the case has been made. And I don't feel that anything, and this is my personal view, obviously committee members can say what they want, but certainly when we considered this and we voted upon it in a unanimous decision, we did not consider that poppers were harmful. Now, the Minister writes back and actually tells the House that poppers are beneficial, as if in some cases it may well be mandatory. It says this, that the government recognises that representations have been made to the effect that poppers have a beneficial health and relationship effect in enabling anal sex for some men who have sex with men, amid concern about the impact of the ban on these men. In consultation with the Department of Health and Medicines and the Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the Home Office will now consider whether there is evidence to support these claims, and if so, whether it is sufficient to justify exempting amyl nitrates or individual substances in the group. Now, though I welcome that, I think it's a really positive step forward. It's actually the wrong way around. And I think a better course of action is to put amyl nitrates on the exempted list, to conduct the review, and then to come back to the House or by order and change that position. It is what we like to call evidence-based decision-making. And this is what we have said consistently over the 8 years that I've chaired the Home Affairs Select Committee. There's a lot of emotion out there on drugs. There's a lot of people who have great concerns, some passionately in favour of liberalisation, like the Honourable Member for Newport West, others in a different position. But why take a position where you ban and then unban? It actually affects the huge authority that the government has in respect of this very important legislation. And he has the whole House with him on this legislation. I doubt we're going to divide on very many issues, and this is pretty rare on Home Office bills. In fact, I'm trying to think of another bill that I sat on and we've considered where this is not the case. There's always a division of some kind. And why divide the House on this particular issue when there is no reason to do so? So I say to the Minister, accept the amendment, indeed don't oppose the amendment, and let us move forward in a constructive way, have his review, come back, and then everyone in this House will accept what the experts are saying. Without equivocation, I give him this guarantee that if indeed the review decides that poppers are harmful, I will be the first in the division lobby with him supporting that view. But to ban and then unban sends a powerful message out to a section of our community that they are not being listened to, and to experts who've given evidence to us that they are wrong. So I urge him, even at this late stage, and as I've said, he is a minister who listens to the House, listens to the Select Committee and listens to individual views, to look at this again and ensure that amyl nitrates are put on the exempted list until his review is concluded.
And before I call the next speaker, and we've still got quite a large number of members who want to come in, and at this rate, if we're going over 10 minutes, we're not going to manage to get everybody in. I can't put a time limit on, But if members could keep brief, then we can get everyone in. Crispin Blunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be very brief. I rise firstly just to say a pleasure it is to follow the Chairman of the Home Affairs Select Committee, and I agree with nearly every part of his argument that he's put, and certainly with the conclusions of the Select Committee report, and commend all my honourable friends and the honourable members here who took part in the deliberations on that. And I also certainly want to give time for my honourable friend for Finchley Golders Green, who I know has been fighting a battle behind the scenes to make sure that we don't do anything really daft with this legislation. And there are sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, when something is proposed which becomes personal to you and you realise the government is about to do something fantastically stupid. And I think in those circumstances one has a duty to speak up. And I use poppers. I'm out myself as a popper user and would be directly affected by this legislation. And I'm astonished then to find that it's proposing to be banned. And frankly, so would I think very many other gay men. And if I follow my own mindset reaction to this, it simply serves to bring the whole law into disrepute. And it then begins to bring if choosing to ban this, which I've been using, and I know that have been used as the extremely good speech from the opposition spokesman, have been used for decades, then respect for the law is going to fly out the window for people if that's the drug that they use, and all the warnings that are contained in paragraph 43 of the Select Committee's report, particularly that from the Gay Men's Health Collective, saying it results in increased Class A and B drug use and increased transmission of sexually transmitted infections, is obviously going to happen, and driving the supply of these underground simply puts it in the hands of criminals and puts those. Give way to my honourable friend.
I think it's right to focus on the supply, because obviously this is the focus of this bill. It's not banning the use, it's banning the supply, and it's important that we make that message very clear, that the continued personal use of poppers is not being banned, but the supply of it is. But there is a complication in this issue, is that there is control in relation to alkyl nitrates. So under 18s, the sale of poppers to under 18s is indeed caught by the Intoxicating Substances Supply Act. Now, there's a wider debate about this issue, because is that a proportionate response for under 18s? There is already the control in relation to supply of under 18s. We need to be aware this is a complicated area of law, as well as issues around psychoactive substances.
Well, I think that whilst I know my honourable friend has done a significant amount of work here, and again has been trying to influence this in the right direction, and I have a message he's kindly sent me that he has been working to make sure that we don't do something really daft with this, but of course he's loyal to his front bench, as am I, or I try to be, and perhaps on this issue we will differ on how we should try and influence the front bench, and I'm not going to be party to voting for something that I know is frankly really foolish as a piece of public policy. The issue is about supply, and that what it might do to someone like me might be to put me into the hands of the criminals to get my supply for something I used to think was perfectly okay. And then there's a piece of legislation which I think is absurd, which someone like me, might obviously not me, because of course I will respect the law of the land, but might be then minded, and I then find myself in the hands of people who are supplying everything else they might conceivably tempt me with. It is manifestly stupid to go down the path that we're doing. Let's have the evidence, and then if the government can then come forward with a case that can convince the Chairman of the Home Affairs Select Committee and his colleagues on that in due course, then we can have a discussion about this issue then. But do not ban it and say that. Give way to my right honourable friend.
Just on this point of supply, it does seem to me a very grey area. I understand it's intended not to victimise current users of this drug, but it does put them in a position where they might be susceptible to blackmail if they're a public figure dealing with a criminal. And so it does seem to me actually this will criminalise people who it does not intend to criminalise.
Indeed, and I suppose I'm advertising the fact that I might be vulnerable to that. So I'm pleading with the House then to make sure that I don't find myself caught in this particular situation. But I would be, but given that it relates to my own personal experience and my experience as a Minister for Justice with responsibility for offenders and offender management, I implore my colleagues then, at the very least, if they don't want to, you seem to be voting against the government, please don't be associated with putting this on the statute book. It is a real mistake, and anything that can be done to accept Amendment 5 would be the sensible thing to do, and for us to have a look at it again in due and considered time.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, could I just say that I'm not alone in my constituency that has been blighted by the legal high use, and I don't like the use of the word legal highs, but unfortunately the legal highs, by their very words, attract young people to them, and that's something that has concerned me over a long period of time. I can also commend the government for coming forward with a very, very strong legislative before us here in the House today, and I know the Chair of the Home Affairs Committee referred to the Minister as his favourite, but when you bring legislation like this to the House, you're the favourite of many, and my constituents will be grateful for the changes that have been put forward here today. I'm not in the business, Madam Deputy Speaker, of liberalising drugs at all, so quite clear where I'm coming from. I think governments have the same stance, and I welcome that. And the reason why I do is because just last year in my constituency we had the heartbreak and also the illness as well, and the trauma as a result of legal highs. A young man, Adam Owens, one of my constituents, I know his mother quite well and his stepfather as well, and he was found dead in my constituency of Newton Ards, in my town of Newton Ards, in my constituency of Strangford, as a result of his addiction to legal highs. And the parents told me that the very nature of what it is what concerned. It was a case that caused shock across, not just in my constituency, but across the whole of the province. It left the family devastated, and this is from the Adam's stepmom, Dawn. She said, legal highs are a major problem around here and something has to be done about it. Government is doing something about it today, and I welcome that before us here. Can I just make three very, very quick points, and it's in relation to Amendment 15, and where it refers to the sentencing. And I want to ask the Minister just three quick points, and I want to use it with some background as well. The Minister will know this, and the Shadow Minister, when she spoke on it, referred to the legislative change in the Republic of Ireland, where they brought in a ban on all illegal highs. Has been extraordinarily effective, according to the Irish police, but at the same time, while being extraordinarily effective, it was done just some 5 years ago. There was 100 so-called head shops where selling legal highs was acceptable, and that has been reduced to zero. But the question I want to ask the Minister is this, because the Republic of Ireland have stated very clearly that there is an issue, even with the hard-line legislation that they brought in. A BBC investigation found that the Republic of Ireland's drug squad is unable to act against a new range of legal high type drugs because of problems with legislation. To bring a prosecution, police must scientifically prove that a substance has a psychoactive effect, and so far there have only been 4 successful prosecutions in 5 years. One of Ireland's top drug squad officers, Sergeant Tony Howard from the Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau, said, unfortunately, a prosecution cannot be taken. So he has outlined that even with that tough legislation, which I think has been this legislation that we have here before us today, is mirrored on. And if that's the case, I think it's imperative that we learn from the Irish system and not end up with a similar ineffective approach if that's the way that it should be. At the same time, I also want to have a very, very clear definition of as it says in this section of the clauses that we have before us. And I know that, I again asked the Minister, has there been discussions with the... I mean, I'm aware that this year in prisons in England and Wales, there's been 26 attempts to deliver drugs via drones, legal highs, in the first 10 months of 2015. But insiders claim that intelligence report says it could be at times higher than that number of 26. So again, I'm keen to have... this legislation is great, but you know, it only works if every other department, a government department, is doing their bit as well. So again, perhaps the Minister could respond to that. I'm very conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you set us a timescale, and I will keep to that. This is my last point. In the introduction by the Shadow Minister, she referred to, while it's good to have this legislation, there's still the possibility of being able to purchase drugs and legal highs and their likes across online. And I think many of us feel that when this legislation will be strong the way we want it, and I thank government for that, and that will be exactly what my constituents want to see, and across the whole of Northern Ireland, to ensure that the local councils and police can stop the manufacture and the sale of these products. I'm quite happy to. Yeah.
Is the Honourable Member aware that in Ireland, after the introduction of legislation which is very similar to this legislation, that not only did every single one of the 102 head shops close down, but that also there are now no longer any Irish domain websites selling these substances, and we obviously hope for the same effect in the UK here in England and Wales?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that. As I said about the head shops being closed, it's really good news. It's good stuff. But that information I gave earlier on from the sergeant and the drugs and organised crime, he outlined an issue that they're trying to address now. So I think it's good to have other examples that we can refer to where we can make it hard, fast legislative change and address those issues. So on the issues of the online, again, it's been successful. Partially, maybe almost there in the Republic of Ireland, but I think at the same time we can do it well. I commend the Minister and commend government for what they're bringing forward here, and this is the sort of legislation I want to see. It's the sort of legislation my constituents want to see. It's the sort of legislation that my constituents and other constituents across the whole of Northern Ireland want to see as well. Minister, we look forward to supporting it when it comes to the vote, if it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Mike Freer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, could I thank the Shadow Minister for what I thought was a speech which was balanced and had some very well-judged comments. And I also would like to thank the Minister, my right honourable friend, for the courtesy he showed me when I took a delegation in from the National AIDS Trust, Stonewall, Miller's Prowler and Boys magazine to discuss this topic. I think it's true to say, not just from the debate today, but what's been raging in the gay press over the last few months, there is considerable concern over the need to ban poppers. But what has come to the fore over the last few months, whilst I've been working on the topic, is actually the complete lack of any real empirical data one way or the other. And I do appreciate the Home Office believe, and I have no doubt to think that belief isn't genuine, that their deaths have occurred from the use of poppers. However, that evidence has never been forthcoming. And so I decided to do a little bit more research of my own, and I'd like to draw attention to American research, particularly by Dr. Thomas Hall of the University of California in Los Angeles, who gave evidence to report for Gay Times into the effects of isopropyl nitrates, and I'll quote not the whole document, you'll be pleased to know, but he says, there is very little specific research onto the health effects of acyl nitrates other than amyl nitrate. And he goes on to say, my summary statement would be that in the grand scheme of drug abuse, the risks from nitrate poppers are fairly benign. Isopropyl nitrate and other nitrate poppers appear to be less harmful to the body in general than chronic alcohol consumption. And so I then looked at the New England Medical Journal, and they said, to our knowledge, and this was published in 2010, and the New England Medical Journal said, to our knowledge over the past 10 years, which would now be 15 years, there have been only 2 cases of visual loss after inhalation of poppers, and the anatomical basis of the injury remains elusive. And finally, in terms of the medical research, I turned to the what's known as the USHHS, the United States Department of Health and Human Services report of January 2014. And they said, to date, the use of acyl nitrates as a psychoactive substance among men who have sex with men has received little attention in the addiction textbooks, where they are subsumed amongst other inhalants, as we are hearing today. This is unfortunate because lumping these disparate agents together based on mode of administration, i.e. inhalation, obscures the substantial differences in both mechanism and typical risk between acyl nitrates, which act on a specific pathway, and those solvents and propellants that are also inhaled. and that is about the some medical evidence that I could find. And so in the absence of medical evidence or hard fact in the UK, I wrote to the Advisory Committee on Misuse of Drugs, and the chairman could not be more blunt, to say the least. And one sentence basically says, they have not seen that poppers are capable of having harmful effects. And so there was a talk about a medicinal benefit to poppers, which I thought was an interesting turn of phrase, until I received an email, and I will have to bow to the knowledge of our SNP colleagues, from a gentleman in Croy, in Inverness. And he says, acyl nitrates are carried and used when the need arises for adder bites. Apparently, the use of poppers is shared by many people who work in the countryside as a first line of treatment if one is bitten by an adder. I confess adders are not common in Finchley and Golders Green. But he goes on to say, does Mr. Joyce of Croy, a substantial number of people are bitten each year in Britain and the bite is rarely fatal. But whether that is because the venom is not particularly powerful against modern healthy humans, or because treatment with acyl nitrate or one of the 8 known antivenoms is always administered very quickly, is open to debate. And I use that because it does show that there is a conflict between what is a view that is held and what limited information and fact is out in the public domain. And I do support that there is a need to provide up-to-date empirical evidence, which also includes proportionality. Anything we do carries a risk. Whether it is smoking, if you wish to drink bleach, you will be harmed. But we are not proposing to ban bleach. So anything we are seeking to control, to regulate or ban has to be dealt with in the round and has to be dealt with in terms of proportionality. And I welcome the response to the Home Affairs Select Committee in terms of the investigation that will be underway shortly into the impact of a ban on the relationships of gay men and women. I'm told it's not just a gay men issue, this affects gay men and women. Because it's important to remember, and my honourable, I'd like to call him my honourable friend, the member for Leicester East, the chairman of the Home Affairs Select Committee, talked about anal sex. That's quite a crude way of saying that poppers can facilitate through the relaxation of muscles. However, the point I want to make is this isn't just about the physical side of relationship. If your relationship wishes to be as intimate as possible and poppers facilitates that, that is an important element into the emotional well-being of that couple. And so if we're talking about the medicinal benefits, we have to include the relationship benefits and the mental health benefits that the use of poppers in a relationship could bring. And I do think that when we are talking about risks, I've mentioned the proportionality. It is important that we don't start banning things on the basis of 1 or 2 incidents. It has to be a significant risk of significant harm to a significant number of people. Otherwise, we'll be banning cigarettes and alcohol tomorrow. And I must ask my right honourable friend and say to him that the investigation and report must be as open and as transparent as possible. And I do ask for an assurance when my right honourable friend responds that the evidence will be not just from organisations like Public Health England or elements of the NHS or the ACMD, but is taken from organisations like the National AIDS Trust, the Terence Higgins Trust, Stonewall, but also organisations like Miller's Prowler, who I believe are the largest retailer of poppers in the UK, because they have a strong and relevant and up-to-date evidence bank of how poppers are used, how they're sold, but because they are a reputable retailer, they also have an enormous amount of data on the illegal imports of the more dangerous poppers that are coming in through the internet. And I would also ask if the Minister would say they take evidence from the international bodies, I've mentioned a few earlier on, who have done some medical research into the benefits or disbenefits of the use of poppers. And one final thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is if the Home Office decides that there is a risk that needs to be mitigated, if not banned, I would urge that if we go down that path, that we look at a licensing through sex shops. If we are worried that there is a risk, if not necessarily requiring an outright ban, one option would be to look at having them sold through licensed sex shops, which would allow some level of control, some level of regulation, some level of protection without an outright ban and all of the underground drugs that could lead people to be exposed to. So I have to say there is a lot of work to be done, and I do welcome the swift action of the Right Honourable Friend. So you might think I'm coming to a conclusion that I will be supporting the opposition's amendment today. And I have to say the opposition have spoken a lot of sense. However, I will be supporting the government because one of the things that concerns me is I want an exemption based on empirical evidence. So that if poppers are exempt by the summer recess, as outlined in the report in response to the Home Affairs Select Committee, that exemption cannot easily be overturned at whim of a future Home Office Minister. That exemption is based on empirical evidence, whatever it says. And on that basis, I'll be supporting the government on this particular issue.
Anne McLaughlin.
Speaker, I think I beg to move the amendments in my name. If I've not to beg, I have to do something else, I'm sure. Madam, I'm speaking to them, I'm not begging at all, right. I wish to speak to the amendments in my name, 12, 13, 14, 15, and along with Labour colleagues, number 5. And I will say at the outset that we do support the aims, as we said before, of this bill to protect public health and to go after the big guys, the ones that are making the profits out of other people's endangerment, and not to go after the individuals who decide to try it for whatever reason. But I think in that respect we're not quite there yet, which is why we've put forward these amendments. So before I do speak to the amendments, I would just like to make a plea, although I made it in a previous debate, about the language that we use, and I do notice that today it's happened a lot less than it happened before, and that is about the names that people give to these new psychoactive substances. And I always say that I will never name those products because those names are given by marketeers who make them sound bold and exciting, and I think it's important that we say exactly what they are and don't use the names that they wish to give them or that they do give them. So Amendment 12, the definition of psychoactive substance. As I say, we welcome the broader public health aims of this bill, and we've worked hard, and the Scottish Government has worked hard with the Government down here to ensure that the measures are proportionate, workable and based on the best advice we have available to us. And the best advice is available from the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs, which made it very clear in their submission that the definitions at the heart of the bill require further detail. The Home Office Affairs Select Committee recommended that the Government should reconsider the definition. The Government seems to be coming at this from another angle, going against the grain of scientific advice. So we tabled this amendment to encourage the Government to be more specific when it comes to the definitions. If you were to ask a member of the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, what they consider to be a legal high, they would generally define them not by chemical family or by the fact that they are psychoactive in and of itself, but by the similarities of effect that they produce with substances already prohibited under the 1971 Act. This amendment would ensure that this commonly held way of defining a legal high is indeed similar to the legislation, and it would improve the public understanding and acceptance of these measures. The other important aspect of this amendment is tying the legislation firmly to the public health and the threat of harm. The bill as it stands is an extremely broad measure, and whilst it's the Government's intention to cover all psychoactive substances, old or new, synthetic or natural, it's surely a good principle of legislating that we're clear on what the threat is that we are legislating to tackle. It's the effects of psychoactive substances on the individual and the threat to broader public health that should be tackled, not the fact that the entity in itself is mildly psychoactive. Amendment 13, the SNP has welcomed the government's move towards criminalising supply, as I said, and not necessarily possession. But we move this amendment to try and prevent the counterproductive criminalisation of young people who together purchase a psychoactive substance, with one of them placing the order but using the money from the wider group. That individual at that moment would be at risk of being criminalised for supplying a psychoactive substance. However, the effect to public health and indeed to the group members' finance is indistinguishable from the effect had they all purchased individually. Yes, I will.
The honourable member knows, I'm sure, that that approach in relation to youth, the situation she's described in terms of youths placing the order with the dealer and then distributing it amongst their group of friends, that is entirely consistent with the law when it comes to Misuse of Drugs Act, because the message is, if you buy the drug and then distribute it, you are, in the eyes of the law, a supplier. And I think it's, if I may say so, I'd be interested to know why she thinks there should be a distinction between these types of drugs and the more serious drugs under the 1971 Act, because surely we are trying to achieve the same aim, to stop the supply of harmful substances.
Well, my understanding was that we were trying not to mirror the Misuse of Drugs Act, but to take the bits of that we've moved on in terms of this bill is not about criminalising individuals for possession, whereas under the Misuse of Drugs Act they are criminalised for possession, so it doesn't have to mirror it exactly. And the key issue here is the effect that criminalising a person at a young age for a foolish mistake will have on their life chances. Drugs blight enough lives. They certainly blight enough lives in my constituency of Glasgow North East without the need to penalise somebody who's acting on behalf of his or her peer group, a small group of friends, without any financial motive. They are not drug suppliers. Obviously, we may question the decision, and we do question the sense in the decision to do that, but it shouldn't be a criminal offence, and we're creating a situation where a young person could be pressurised by their peer group to purchase a substance, which they would do for the recognition of their peers, but which, if they were caught, could lead to them having a substantial criminal conviction. Okay.
Let's come back on this. Thank you. The point surely is to introduce clarity to those young people you're describing. Because if a young person buys ecstasy, then that is a Class A drug and they are at risk of going to prison for a very long time if they are prosecuted and convicted. If a young person buys one of these new psychoactive substances that is minimally different from MDMA, but the dealers get round it because they say, oh, well, it's not ecstasy, it's just a little bit different from ecstasy and therefore doesn't fall under the 1971 Act, that places that young person in a very, very difficult position. They have to be a scientist. So my question really is, don't you encourage clarity between those drugs so that young people know they should not be buying these substances and distributing them?
But I mean, I'm not arguing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we should not be discouraging them. What I'm arguing is, if somebody buys them for themselves and a couple of friends, that we shouldn't criminalise them as if they were drug dealers, when they're clearly not drug dealers. And I have really strong concerns that further down the line, members of this House will be contacted by the parent of somebody who very foolishly purchased a substance on behalf of himself and one or two friends, but later was convicted of supply, and they see their life chances greatly diminished. Of course, saying to them, this could happen to you if you do this, we hope that would discourage them. But I certainly don't think that we should be punishing and labelling somebody as a drug dealer for stupidly buying stuff for their friends. And if I can just finish my point here, because people on the whole do pass a very strong moral judgment on anyone who has any kind of conviction to do with drugs, but a very strong moral judgment is passed on anyone who's convicted of supplying drugs. And you're talking about a young person getting them for himself and his friends, not a young person who has become a drug dealer. But that's what the conviction would be, and I'll give way to...
Following arguments from the other side, does the Honourable Lady agree that the two most deadly drugs taken by millions of people in this country, which cause a huge number of deaths and addiction, are tobacco and alcohol? And has she contemplated the effects that bans on those throughout the world has had?
I don't think the honourable member would expect me to disagree about the harm that tobacco and alcohol can cause, but today we're here talking about new psychoactive substances, and whilst I take that point, they do cause considerable harm. I think it's important that we carry on with what we're actually here to discuss today. If you think about it, Madam Deputy Speaker, any member in this chamber today who has children could face a situation where their child was silly and, along with some friends, experiments with some currently legal highs. If they're fortunate enough to not to be damaged by that physically or mentally, we could end up with a situation where somebody's child is convicted, as I said, of a drug dealing offence just for stupidly experimenting. I want to move on to Amendment 14, which is about internet purchase. And our amendment seeks to highlight that the government are criminalising the use of drugs for personal consumption if it involves purchasing a substance over the internet, which is then shipped into the UK for use of an individual. The government suggests that they're moving forward, as I said previously, and not seeking to criminalise individuals unnecessarily. And indeed, the bill indicates that those who purchase in other ways will not be committing a criminal offence. However, this part of the bill does criminalise, and I would argue unnecessarily. I would far rather that law enforcement agencies use their time and effort to prevent large-scale importation of psychoactive substances for distribution in the UK, rather than concern themselves with the purchase for personal use of one individual. And I want to quote the Minister, who said in the last reading of this in this chamber, the spirit of the bill. The Minister said, the spirit of the bill is that we do not want to criminalise individuals for possession, but we are going to criminalise the sale and purchase of these substances. So we asked for further clarification, and he came back and he said, I apologise, I kind of misled the House unintentionally on individual possession. I was talking about intent to supply, not intent to use. Making a purchase from a foreign website would be caught, but the purchase on its own from a website or foreign website would not. And I apologise if I misled the House on that point. So my honourable friend, the member for Angus, then pressed the Minister and said, Clause 8, pointed out that Clause 8 said the person intentionally imports the substance and the person intends to consume the substance for its psychoactive effects. As my honourable friend pointed out, it seems to me, and I'm quoting him, it seems to me that if someone imports and possesses even a small amount of the substance over the internet, he or she is criminalised. But if bought in a head shop, for example, and in this case the head shops would be gone, so if bought in the street, he or she would not be criminalised, which seems to be a strange provision. And the Minister's response was, that is not the bill's intention. As we go through the bill in committee, we will endeavour to iron out those concerns. At the committee stage, I was unable to be on the committee because I was on another bill committee, but I can read Hansard. I do have honourable friends who were on that committee, and I know that the Minister voluntarily offered this statement: possession in a club would not be an offence. Indeed, possession is not an offence under any part of the legislation unless in a secure facility. So it's important to send that message out. I really would like some clarity from the Minister on that. Can I just ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, how much longer I've got?
Order. There are no time limits in this debate, but there are many, many people wanting to speak, and the group is getting longer and longer and longer. So the longer the honourable lady speaks, the less time others get a chance to do so. Anne McLaughlin.
Okay. Right. Okay, I'll move on then. I'll take out all my killer arguments and bring them up in the Minister is summing up. Okay. Yeah, I want to make one more point about the purchasing online. If we're saying it's not a criminal offence to purchase down a dark alley, which is where you would have to purchase if you were intending to purchase these psychoactive substances, it's not a criminal offence to do that, but it is a criminal offence to do it over the internet. You will end up with a situation where two people, brother and sister, can try exactly the same thing, and one of them's a criminal and one isn't. Now, who do you think of the boy and the girl is most likely to be gung-ho enough to meet a criminal drug dealer down a back alley? I would say that there's far more likely that women are going to be criminalised for this because they're less likely to want to go and meet the drug dealer in person. Amendment 15 was looking at sentencing commensurate with the potential harm of the substance involved. And the Minister did say that he supported the principle behind the amendment at committee stage, so it's really just to hear where he stands on it today. On poppers, I am proud that the SNP championed this from the start, and it was great to hear so many passionate speeches of support on both sides of the House, so I won't say anything any further other than we support that, and I will sit down and let somebody else speak.
Dan Poulter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to new clause 3, which stands in my name and also in the names of my right honourable friends, the member for Hitchin and Harpenden, and the right honourable my right honourable friend, the member for North Norfolk. I'd like to first of all welcome the very constructive approach that my right honourable friend, the Minister, has taken to engaging with members on all sides of the House during the passage of this bill and a constructive engagement which I believe has enhanced the positive aspects of the bill, and I'm pleased that there is a broad consensus across the House that this is an important piece of legislation which is about public protection. However, what we've heard today, Madam Deputy Speaker, in listening to this debate is clearly a call for evidence-based policy making, and that is something that has been echoed in a number of contributions today when speaking to different amendments and different new clauses, and that is something I believe that we should all sign up to, and it's in that spirit that I have tabled this amendment, primarily as means of a probing amendment, to examine and draw out some of the Minister's comments on what is an increasingly confused law in regard to the medicinal use of cannabis and indeed some of the research and indeed the fact that the law as it stands at the moment is an impediment to research into the effects of cannabis on mental health and indeed the general research into the medicinal benefits of cannabis and cannabis derivatives. And of course I'll give way before making
I just want to very briefly rise to support him, actually. And would he agree that the momentum is with what he's saying? The all-party group on drug policy reform hopes to conduct an inquiry shortly into the medicinal use of cannabis. And I think its results will be very interesting in that evidence base that he mentions.
Certainly, I think my honourable friend's absolutely right, and the 2 points I'm going to come on to when talking about the barriers to research are first of all about barriers currently to mental health research, and we know that use of cannabis has links with mental illness, particularly psychosis, but also into the broader research into the medicinal benefits potentially of the many products which are contained within the cannabis plant, and that is something that the United States has looked into, and indeed we've seen over 20 states in the United States now relax laws to allow the medicinal use of cannabis and cannabis derivatives, and that is something that I'm very pleased to see that the all-party group is going to look into, because it is important that we examine what evidence is out there and, if necessary, look at using that evidence to relax and to change the law, because actually the law should be for public protection but also for public benefit. And if there is a legitimate medicinal use of cannabis, it's something that we should be supporting and encouraging, because that's good for patients. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, on before I proceed, I wanted to also just to briefly touch upon what was a very brave speech by my honourable friend, the member for Reigate, to discuss our personal experiences in this chamber is rare, but it is something that I think brings into focus the importance of making sure that the laws that we pass do impact in a positive way on the real world and upon the day-to-day lives of our constituents. And he spoke very bravely about his own use of poppers. It's something that helped, I think, to bring alive the debate and crystallise the importance of that evidence-based policy making, and something that I know the Minister will respond to later on. So on to the issue of rescheduling of cannabis from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 2 drug. Now, as we are aware, the scheduling of drugs was laid down in the Misuse of Drugs Regulations 2001. And the reason that cannabis was considered to be a Schedule 1 drug was because it did not have any medicinal benefit, which I think is something which is now considerably in contention on the evidence and based on the evidence I'm about to bring forward. But it's important to highlight some of the inconsistencies in legislation, because under the Schengen Agreement, it is actually legal for somebody in a Schengen country to bring into the UK, if they've been prescribed by a doctor in their own country, cannabis for medicinal use for up to a 30-day period. Yet it's not legal in this country for a doctor to prescribe cannabis for medicinal purposes unless it happens to be they prescribing cannabis for the purposes of treating MS, which is the one licensed drug that is currently available. And indeed, if we recognise that cannabis can be licensed for the treatment of multiple sclerosis for MS, currently under very elaborate licensing law of the Home Office, surely we recognise there is a medicinal benefit in QED, Quod erat deum strandum, that Schedule 1 is the wrong place for cannabis, because we accept there is a medicinal benefit, and the Home Office indeed accepts through its licensing programme there's medicinal benefit to cannabis, so we need to be looking at rescheduling the drug. I've already touched upon the point in responding to my honourable friend's intervention on the evidence in the United States that is growing that there are other potential medicinal benefits of cannabis for treatment of patients, and the relaxing of laws in over 20 states based upon that growing evidence. That is something that we clearly need to look at in this country, and in particular the potential benefits of cannabis products in palliative care is something that I believe deserves considerable merit if there is greater scrutiny. So there is an inconsistency at the moment in the classification of cannabis. That is the reason I brought this amendment. But more particularly, I wanted to talk about some of the barriers to research that are in place. And I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, the Minister, for meeting with Professor Sir Robin Murray and Dr Marta DeForti, who work in mental health, particularly in psychosis, and very eminent professor, to actually examine this issue and learn firsthand of some of the difficulties that they experience in conducting research into mental ill health. When we know that there are links between psychosis and cannabis use, it's particularly important that we understand the basis upon which the scientific, the way that the plant works effectively on neurotransmitters, and we support researchers into being able to conduct their research. But at the moment, effectively, those researchers could potentially be criminalised for carrying out research which would be legitimate in many other fields of medical research. And that's something that I'm sure is not an intended consequence. It also makes it very difficult to carry out research in the field of mental health and the links with cannabis in an effective way. And it's something that I know the Minister is sympathetic to, and I am looking forward to hearing from him in how we can find a workable solution to this problem, because we do want to improve our treatment of patients with mental ill health, but in order to do that we need to properly support the researchers to carry out their work, and that's something I hope the whole House can sign up to. But finally, I wanted just to say to the House, in speaking to my amendments, that this is not an easy matter. This is not part of a broader discussion on the merits or demerits of legalising cannabis. I specifically wanted to bring this amendment for discussion today in order to highlight the difficulties faced by researchers carrying out their jobs, to also highlight some of the clear inconsistencies in drug laws in relation to cannabis, and the fact that, I think more importantly, to highlight the fact that actually drugs that we would consider much more potentially harmful if used by the public, heroin or diamorphine, which is a Schedule 2 drug, is scheduled under that schedule, whereas cannabis, which we now know there's a growing body of evidence to show there is medicinal benefit to using, is a Schedule 1 drug. So there is inconsistency in the current drug law. I'm very happy to give way in just one moment. That is something I believe the government does need to look into, but in particular I'd be very grateful for my right honourable friend's comments on how we can facilitate and ease the process of legitimate research without criminalising researchers, and I'll give way before conclusion.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would you also agree with me that there is a real anomaly when a drug such as DNP, which has caused so many deaths of young people, which is taken as a drug for bodybuilding or to improve people's perception of their body image, is so classified that it falls between so many stools that it is impossible to get it banned, despite the deaths that it has caused and the damage it is doing.
No, I think my right honourable friend speaks wisely, and indeed actually on that subject. I mean, looking at the scheduling, I mean, under Schedule 4, steroids are under Section 4(2) of the misuse of drugs regulations, and they're often a drug that are misused by bodybuilders and sometimes by other athletes. So there, and yet, I've mentioned the example of diamorphine or heroin being a Schedule 2 drug, and I think there is a clear and compelling case now, both from the growing medical evidence, but also because of the barriers to research, to look at the scheduling of cannabis. But more broadly, even before we get to that point, I know there's more that we can do to make it easier to research the links between cannabis and mental health, support the research in that very important research, and hopefully move towards a position whereby we are in a better position, not just through legislation that we're discussing today to protect the public in regard to psychoactive substances, but also, on the basis of this bill, improve our care of a number of the most vulnerable patients that our health service looks after. I intend this amendment as a probing amendment and do not wish to push it to the vote, but look forward to hearing my right honourable friend's response into the debate later on.
Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support new Clause 1 and Amendment 4, and I'd like to start by congratulating my honourable friend on the front bench for the excellent way she set out the reasoning behind why new Clause 1 and Amendment 4 need to be incorporated into the bill. I'd also like to say that it's been 6 years now, I think, since we seriously started to discuss in Parliament why PSHE should be made compulsory. And it's with great regret that we didn't manage to do it when we were in power. At the very end of the 2010 Labour government, PSHE was going to be made a statutory part of the national curriculum. There was a very good case made for it. It was building on that life skills and building confidence and resilience in young people that we all accept needs to happen to meet the challenges that young people face in the modern world today, including how you deal with drugs and these new psychoactive substances. And it was with great regret that in the wash-up of that, in those final months leading up to the election in 2010, we weren't able to secure the support of the Conservatives to actually get that amendment, that change to the law. I also wanted to refer to the UK Drug Policy Commission, who spent 6 years researching what our policies around drugs should be in this country. And their finding on drugs education was this, that the best drugs education is best delivered in a evidence-based life skills programme. And that's why I think PSHE being made compulsory is really important. And why does it need to be statutory? Well, the Education Select Committee in their report last year said there is a lack of clarity on the status of the subject. This must change, and we accept the arguments that statutory status is needed for PSHE. And the reasons for that is because we know that it's variable all around the country. In some schools it's taught very well, but in many schools it's not taught well at all. And the reason for that is because it's not statutory. It's not a subject that's measured. And we know that head teachers will have an eye all the time to making sure that their schools and their pupils do best in what's measured. So I have to say that that's the compelling argument for me, to make sure that we have a level playing field across all schools. They all have to provide statutory PSHE. And the other important reason why it's important for it to be statutory is because if you make it statutory, then you have to ensure that teachers are properly trained. And one of the big problems with the way PSHE is delivered today in this country is that it's often the teacher who perhaps has a little bit more time in their timetable to teach PSHE. It's perhaps the PE teacher who takes responsibility, but it's not a teacher who's got the level and depth of training that's required if you are going to teach this subject properly. And we know, as my honourable friend from the front bench said, many students say they only have 1 hour of drugs education in their schools. And we're at the moment relying on the goodwill and charities and other organisations to provide information to our young people, and I think that's wrong. But I do want to pay tribute to Angelus, because I think the work that Angelus have done, and the organisation, of course, was set up in very sad circumstances by Marion Stewart, who lost her own daughter, Hester, who took GBL, not knowing what it was, and very, very sadly died. But Marion has really fought hard for this piece of legislation to be put on the statute books. But she, I'm sure, would be the first to say that we actually need to make sure that our young people are educated. It's not just about changing the law, it's about making sure that young people make good decisions for themselves. I also just want to refer to an organisation in my own constituency called REAL, run by Mike Tong and Sue Baker, who are also trying to get information out to young people in Hull to explain about legal highs. And I know we've had a debate already about how we describe legal highs, and obviously I think it's right we refer to them as new psychoactive substances rather than legal highs. But this is all relying on goodwill and charity. So that's why I think it's absolutely vital that these amendments today, I hope, will be accepted by the front bench. And before the Minister responds, I also just want to say one thing about Frank. And I think my honourable friend also referred to this. Frank is not good enough. It really isn't. And if the government are serious about making sure that young people do have information to make good choices in their lives, Frank is not the delivery mechanism for that. So we know that young people generally have called for PSHE to be made statutory. It was one of the campaigns that the Youth Parliament a few years ago supported and ran with. We know parents support this and want to see it brought into schools. We know the Education Select Committee, a cross-party group of MPs in this House, support it. So it's clear to me that we do need to equip our young people with life skills to make good decisions. We also need, of course, to equip the police with the powers that they need to enforce the law against those who exploit and harm and damage people, young people in particular. So I hope the Minister, who I know is a sensible man and relies very often on his good sense and common sense, will really think hard about whether rejecting these amendments today is in the long-term interests of this country and the young people that we all in this House want to make sure are protected and are able to make good and healthy decisions for their lives.
David Burrows.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North, and in fact it's characteristic of much of the debates around this bill where there's been a consensus across the House around this important bill, and I, along with many others, have been campaigning for many years for this bill and for a blanket ban, and recognise the efforts made by the Minister to bring it to the table and to recognise that it's been done at some pace, unusual pace. It's something which the Home Affairs Select Committee, which I sat along with the other members here, we sought to keep up with. We wanted to make sure that we added our pennyworth to the debate and scrutiny, and hopefully that has helped. So it's a pleasure to take part in and sit on the Bill Committee as well, and see the long-standing interest come to fruition in this bill. In some ways, and I'll talk later about the debate around poppers, if one wishes a blanket ban and one wants to deal with it, there is an element of it being a blunt tool in tackling the evil of NPSs. And if one wishes this blanket ban, then there are some, as one goes through it, some anomalies or some concerns, and we've had other amendments also around other seemingly harmless substances which may be tied into a blanket ban. So I'm willing to give the government as much rope as possible to be able to hang around, not themselves, but around what is the target of this bill, which is those evil pliers of the trade, these big fish, as was mentioned, those new substances coming into the market, and that's where the target should be. And in many ways, while there's been a lot of quite natural concern, which I raised myself in committee around poppers and wanting, obviously, plainly not to criminalise the personal use of poppers, but also dealing with those substances, it isn't the target of this bill. It isn't the target of this bill. I just want to make some progress for the moment. I want to particularly focus on education, and because it is important that we ensure there's enough communication out there to deal with this issue, to have a profound effect, not just in legislative terms, in enforcement terms, but in education, and that we make the most of the opportunity to educate everyone out there about the harms caused by NPSs. Now, I've been involved in drugs policy for some time. I had the pleasure and privilege to sit on the interministerial group on drugs policy and as an honorary member, as it were, for a number of years. Now, it is not surprising to me, it has to be said, and I say this very frankly but now openly, that on the benches, on the Treasury bench at the moment, there is no representative from the Department for Education. I say that because it is also the case that whilst it was a well-attended IMG, one of the most well-attended cross-departmental groups that led to the drug strategy of 2010, of which I played my part, it has to be said that the Department for Education was the most difficult of departments to come to the table. Now, I say that openly and publicly because it's very relevant to assist the Minister in wanting to ensure that the communication gets out there, that education is prioritised, because I don't believe the Department has yet been as forthcoming as it should be, not least in terms of the commitment that we understood through committee that there would be meetings with the Home Office and the Department for Education that would run parallel to parliamentary business so that we could see that they really are serious about wanting to educate young people about the harms of MPSs. The concern is great, and I say these comments in relation to new clause 1. I don't go alongside the fact that we should have such a prescribed PHSE route, but I do think that certainly in the review, even though we've urged the Minister, the government to include education in the review, to say that yes, we will, 30 months down the line, we will look at how we've done on education and how we have spread the word about its harms. Because when the government are saying, look, we've got the strategic communications plan, they said it to the Home Affairs Select Committee, we've got this plan, it's all set out, it's there in office level. But we also had revealed from a question that was tabled by the Honourable Member for West Ham that there aren't any specific funds set aside for this plan's implementation.
Can I, perhaps it would be an opportune moment to give the undertaker, just in case I forget in my comments later on, that it will be, and I say it at the dispatch box, will be part of the review of how we've actually done with educating young people. I will respond to the Honourable Lady in a moment to do with the financial point of view, but I think perhaps I may not be, I nearly said doing drugs. That's a very bad thing to be saying in the chamber, probably. Perhaps I won't have this responsibility, this part of the responsibility in the near future. So perhaps it's good to add at the dispatch box, I put that on the record, that it will categorically be part of the review.
Directed to amendment number 4. It was also an amendment that was tabled at the committee stage. That is in effect what the Minister is committed to. That's very welcome. I will just say, before I've also seen my way when I was on the IMG through 4 Home Office ministers and recognised the commitment of my honourable friend to tackling drugs. But it is the case that whilst there's been a revolving door of ministers involved in drugs, what hasn't still been the commitment of all those individual ministers has been from the Department for Education, and it needs to be shown.
Could he tell us what attention the committee gave to the fact that the only 2 countries in the world that have passed similar legislations to this bill have seen large increases in the use of these drugs? In Ireland from 16% to 22%, and in Poland a level increase of 3%, the biggest in their history. Isn't this bill going to have the same bad effect?
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the premise put forward by the honourable member, of which we consistently disagree on in relation to drugs policy. But it's clear, and the evidence coming through from Ireland is that there is success in relation to their blanket ban. They have seen, obviously, the closure of head shops and access and accessibility for MPSs. The position is that in relation to tackling what is the most significant change in drugs legislation since 1971. This is what everyone agrees, it's a huge significant change and step change, and I think progress in tackling what is very much the new drugs on the market. It's not matched with the same commitment to education and provide funding for information about this piece of legislation. Because if one looks at what the Department for Transport spent in relation to developing and delivering, evaluating a communications campaign to ensure drugs became aware of enhanced police powers in relation to drug driving, of which I know the Minister was very much integral to bringing that onto the statute book, £1.952 million was spent on that communication exercise to deal with particularly around driving under the influence of cannabis. We don't see that same matched funding commitment to what is such a significant piece of legislation. And we need to see where it's going to come from to make sure that the good words expressed in the strategic communication plan do actually have a real effect, because we need the public to be informed. There needs to be a strategy that covers social media. We need to involve the Angelus Foundation. For them not to be linked up to Frank is just frankly ridiculous, and it is something that needs to change. Frank needs to be talking better with Angelus and learning from them the way their particularly film awareness campaign is so important to have that common goal of alerting young people to the harms presented by MPSs. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister to get some reassurance on that. If I can just very, very briefly touch on two other aspects. There's amendments down in relation to cannabis. And indeed, I want to particularly link it, though, to new Clause 6, which seeks to suggest that when there's arrest and detention in relation to Class A drugs, that should then trigger off assessment and treatment in relation to drugs. I just want to highlight the fact that the big issue, along with MPSs for young people, is their use of cannabis and their misuse of cannabis, and how it's having a profound effect on them. If you go to the courts, Highbury Corner Magistrates Court, to which the Justice Secretary Lord Chancellor visited with me, he would have heard the fact that many young people are impacted by cannabis, but it's only Islington that has a drug treatment facility or ability to deal with the treatment. So the justices are very much, at least one hand, tied behind their back to be able to get them the treatment they need, and we need to tackle that, along with the treatment facilities for MPSs. We need to get up to speed with where the market is going, and it's going away from the old opiate addiction substances needing substitute treatment into needing a holistic attention to treatment and education as well. We must get up to speed, and the review needs to convince us that it's doing that. Finally, just very briefly on poppers, I was in the committee raising the concerns on behalf of many people, including the gay community, about the ban, and I'm very pleased that the government has belatedly, I'd say, come to the point where they are seriously going to look at the evidence and look at exempting alkyl nitrites. I do, though, and with the government, there is some complications in this. I raised in intervention the fact there's already controls around the supply of alkyl nitrates. Under 18s are caught by the Intoxicating Substances Supply Act 1985. There needs to be a look at all of these areas, because where there's commonality is that the problem with in relation to poppers alkyl nitrates is in terms of how they're tweaked and abused, and how the substance that comes out becomes harmful. And that's what historically has been the case, and that's where the reference to the Home Office about historical harms is somewhat historical. It is not so new, and it should not lead to an 11th hour conversion, let's say, in relation to looking at this getting onto the exemption list. This bill's been around for some months, not least the issue was raised in the other place, and therefore it's encouraging but somewhat disappointing that we are still at this late stage of looking at exemptions. But I'm willing to go with evidence, because it is complicated. We don't want to allow the opportunity for the blanket ban to be diluted, and we need to ensure it's done properly with evidence, so that I believe, as we said in the Home Affairs Committee, that it is indeed eventually exempted. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's lots of other issues to talk about, but I want to give the way to others. But can I just broadly, though, welcome the fact that this will, at long last, be a blanket ban on the statute, but it will be a force of good, particularly protecting young people.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I start by saying to the Minister that I support this bill, I support its aims. Indeed, I closed the second reading debate of this bill in the Chamber because we on this side of the House felt that it was important to not just view this as a Home Office bill, although that is where it is placed, but also in terms of its public health aspects as well. And so, as Labour's Shadow Public Health Minister, I've been very keen to promote some of the public health issues on this, and I'd like to commend the work done by my honourable friend, the member for West Ham, who I think has led our side of the House through proceedings in committee and today in an exemplary fashion. I also want to say to the Minister, in supporting this bill, I want to make it as good as it can be. And I do think there are a number of areas where this bill isn't as strong as it ought to be. And that's why I'm very proud to support my honourable friend, the member for West Ham, in tabling a number of amendments today. And particularly, I want to talk on two of those. Firstly, new Clause 1 on the PHSE, and also on Amendment 5 relating to poppers. because I think both have a very important public health aspect to them. So if at first I can talk to New Clause 1, Mr Deputy Speaker, and say that in an intervention I raised the fact that Simon Stevens, who has a 5-year forward view for the NHS, has identified £5 billion worth of savings that can be reinvested into the National Health Service as a consequence of prevention. Now, I don't believe, firstly, that this government was wise to cut £200 million from the public health budget, because I think that that's the very kind of prevention that isn't then going to bear fruit in year 5 of the 5-year forward view. But actually, one area where the government could redeem itself in terms of public health work is by adopting New Clause 1. Because I've always viewed it as a weakness that we do not have in this country statutory PHSE. A lot of schools do PHSE, but it's a kind of something else. It's added on to the curriculum. It's not given, I don't think, the focus that it really ought to be given. And if we are serious about tackling a whole range of health inequalities, then I think we can start from a very young age through having statutory PHSE. And in the context of this bill, actually, if we're going to talk about the dangers of tobacco and the dangers of alcohol and the dangers of drugs, and also talk about sex and relationships, actually, we need to do that in the context of a statutory framework in all of our schools. And there are huge public health benefits for doing that. And I think if the Minister, when he comes to consider the views that have been given today, he could do nothing better than to actually read in Hansard, I know he was listening as well, but to reread in Hansard the contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Hull North, because I think she got it absolutely spot on. The real benefits of having proper statutory personal and health and social education in schools, I think, is very clear and would really strengthen, I think, the aims and ambitions of this bill. The second thing, if I might, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to talk about our Amendment 5, which relates to poppers. Because in the short time that I have been Labour's Shadow Public Health Minister, I've met with lots of charities and organisations in the public health world. A lot of them, including drug abuse charities, raise lots of issues with me. Not one of them, in all the time that I've been shadowing the public health role, has raised poppers as being an issue with me. But I will tell the Minister who has raised poppers with me, and that's a large number of LGBT charities and organisations. And there is a public health role here, and I think that the honourable gentleman, the member for Finchley and Golders Green, I think made some very important points, not just on the health and well-being of gay and lesbian people, but also on some of the mental health issues and the relationship issues surrounding what we're discussing today. But there is also a wider public health issue, and it's this: that many of these organisations that I've met with, and to give one example, the National AIDS Trust, have said to me that it's a balance of risks. And we've heard that, yes, there are some small risks involved with alkyl nitrates, and the honourable gentleman for Enfield raised particularly the anecdotal evidence that it could cause some damage to eyesight. And I would say to the Minister this: balance the risks of that, which are very, very small, with the risks of contracting a sexually transmitted infection. Because it has been put to me, and I think that there is some credence in this argument, that there are two scenarios. One is that two gay men will have protected sex with poppers that makes anal sex easier, or will alternatively use other substances if poppers are not available. It might be Class A or Class B drugs, it might be alcohol, but any of those substances, unlike poppers, run the risk of potentially having unsafe sex. And that increases the risk of both the contraction of HIV, hepatitis C, and a string of other sexually transmitted infections. The other point is that, of course, this is potentially discriminatory against a group of people who are doing no harm and just want to enjoy themselves in a sexual relationship. So I urge the Minister, think very carefully about whether the intention of this bill is to do something in the way that he wants it to be done, or the way that we want it to be done. Because this Minister is known for common sense, and I credit him with that. He is straight-talking, and he does have a modicum of sense that some of his colleagues don't often display. And I'm being kind to the Minister there, who I have a great deal of respect, because I don't understand the logic in banning poppers to look at the evidence to perhaps then unban poppers and the mixed messages that that sends out. If his review comes forward with enough evidence to warrant the banning of poppers, then I will support him all the way. But actually, I'm not in the job of banning things for banning's sake, only to unban them. So I urge the Minister, common sense, back our Amendment 5, because that's the right approach to this.
In which case, Norman Lamb.
Speaker, for being called slightly earlier than I had expected. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the amendments that I've tabled, and I guess taken together they seek to challenge the approach that the government is taking with this legislation. I suspect all of us in this House actually share the same objective. We're concerned, surely, ultimately, about harm, and we want to seek to reduce harm across society, including to our loved ones, from the risks that drugs, both legal and illegal, do to people. And as a father myself, I happen to be rather hostile to drugs. I'm hostile to the excessive use of legal drugs because of the damage that they do to society. But I challenge the approach that's taken by this legislation. And I will return to it, but the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Chesham and Amersham, made the point about the risk of making bad law. And it seems to me that there is a real risk that, seductive though it is to go down the approach that the government is taking, I think we face the risk of actually legislating for bad law in this case. As I've said, Mr Deputy Speaker, our objective should be harm reduction, and we should base our legislation surely on evidence of what works. And if I can refer to the Home Office's own 2014 report on drugs international comparators, it found that, and I quote, "there is no apparent correlation between the toughness of a country's approach and the prevalence of adult drug use." And the great risk is that, and the honourable member for Newport West has made this point, the great risk is that honourable members, both on the government benches and on the opposition benches, assume that by taking the approach that this bill is taking, that it will reduce the use of these substances, these dangerous, sometimes dangerous substances. But the evidence points in precisely the opposite direction, as the honourable member for Newport West has made clear. So, and I refer to the fantastic speech by the honourable member for Reigate, speaking very openly and candidly. And he makes the point, as others have done, that this bill, in respect of poppers, but actually across the board, drives users into the hands of criminals. And the question is, what criminal has your interests at heart? Of course they don't. And I would just urge honourable members to think before they vote for this legislation, because that is precisely what we are doing. And not only that, we are massively increasing the profits of criminals and criminal networks. And let me also make the point that the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime has made the point that there is a clear link between illicit drugs and the profits made from illicit drugs and terrorism, the funding of terrorism. It makes the point about what has happened in Afghanistan with money raised from the sale of cocaine, fed into the hands of the Taliban, who then use their money, their resources. I won't give way because I'm conscious that time is very tight and I will get into trouble from the Speaker. So we should think before we act. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, new clause 5 urges a review of the Misuse of Drugs Act so that we determine policy on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of prejudice. New clause 6 urges a decriminalisation of use of drugs, taking the approach used in Portugal, where we have seen evidence showing a reduction in harm as a result of that policy. New clause 3, which I very happily join with my former honourable friend, colleague in the Department of Health, in arguing for the case for facilitating research into the potential medicinal value of cannabis. And my amendment, 24, argues for legalising the possession of cannabis for medicinal use. Surely we should not be criminalising people who use cannabis to relieve pain, and yet that is what we do in this country. It is madness. And finally, new clause 4 argues that surely we should only be banning substances under this legislation after they have been referred to the Advisory Council on the misuse of drugs, so that a judgment, an objective judgment, can be made about whether that particular substance causes social harm. And that, of course, is in line with Amendment 5. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are about to commit an act of total madness, banning poppers and then removing the ban just a few months down the track. It makes absolutely no sense at all, and as the Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden said, it absolutely brings the law into disrepute. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I conclude by saying that the approach taken in this bill is seductive. I understand, because people are fearful of the effects of these products. But it is ultimately bad law, and it will have precisely the wrong effect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to speak to the amendments today, just to express my sort of broad support of what the government's trying to do. At the beginning of this week, this is a major issue in Plymouth. At the beginning of this week, the local paper ran a story about an individual who had drowned in a local harbour in October 2014. And a toxicology report showed that amongst a number of other drugs, a legal high was present in his system. And sadly, I need only look back a further 5 days in the same paper to find another story about these chemicals, which have now become a haunting menace to society. Over Christmas, I did what many of my honourable colleagues would do and go and serve Christmas lunch to the homeless at the hostels, and they are being plagued outside of these hostels by people selling these illegal highs. It is a real problem in Plymouth. Not only that, I go out with the emergency services at least once a month, and you see the challenge that is presented to our law enforcement by these substances. And I fully support the Minister in his efforts to identify the new psychoactive substances and react more quickly to them. I ran a campaign briefly prior to Christmas, attempting to raise awareness of these prior to the festive period, and I strongly support other councils, and I would like Plymouth to lead the way in this in terms of getting these substances banned locally before this psychoactive substances bill comes through. But ultimately this comes down to a key thing for me. We often talk in this House of how we support those who challenge the most challenging parts of society, such as police officers and prison officers, and they strongly support what we are doing here. And it's not good enough simply to stand up in the House of Commons and say we fully support the police and we fully support prison officers and then not give them the tools to do it, which is what I think this does, and that's why I'm supportive of the government's position on this.
Paul.
Can I point out one major error just before I start, Mr. Speaker, and that's a picture of me has been widely retweeted by members of the House, and it was taken from American television, where tens of millions of people were informed in the caption under my picture that I was the leader of the Labour Party. I just wanted to point out that this information is a tad premature. I've generously described this bill as being a landmark in legislative futility, but it's in fact worse than that. This bill will do harm, as all the other prohibition bills in the 28 years that I've been here have. They've all done harm. The committee doesn't seem to have considered what has happened with the two bills in the two countries that have passed them, bills very similar to this. And in Ireland, what happened? Certainly the head shops closed down. Of course they did. They were illegal. And the sites closed down. But they were replaced by illegal head shops. They were replaced by a market that's criminal, that's irresponsible. And the market increased among young people in Ireland for using these drugs from 16% of the population to 22%. And these are figures from the European Monitoring Centre for Drug Abuse. Very exceptional. And in Poland, the increase went up by 3%. So we've now got the countries that have passed similar bills have the greatest use of psychoactive drugs in the world. This will be counterproductive. In '71, we passed the Misuse of Drugs Act. We then had 1,000 addicts of cocaine and heroin in Britain. We've now got 300,000. We've had I wish members would consider the possibility that what they're doing, the ideas they have, that the conventional wisdom is the conventional stupidity. It would be madness to ban poppers, as everyone says. And this bill should be considered on the evidence alone. Warmly support the attempt to move cannabis into an area where scientists can work in it. That's an approach that's not based on superstition or rumour or prejudice, but based on science, and that should be supported.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief. I really want to emphasise that it's important, so many elements of this bill, but it really is essential that it is strengthened, and it's strengthened in the field of education. And News Clause 1 really does address that, and it does answer paragraph 76 of the Home Affairs Select Committee report, which says successive government spending on education on the dangers have been shockingly inadequate to date. Action must be taken now to educate young people, and therefore there is a plea and there is recognition that there has been an absence of that education. This isn't about politics, this is about evidence-based practice, and that's why I'm hopeful the government will support the News Clause 1. Who provides that education is also vital. Trained professionals, school nurses, public health workers have got the qualifications to deliver that programme. So this isn't about putting more pressure on teachers, it's about enabling health professionals to do their job. And therefore I would ask the Minister to really look at this issue with due consideration to make sure that the full public health agenda is brought in, because the reality is, if you do not couple this bill with public health and the education agenda around that, its impact will be lessened. And therefore, really to make sure this bill has real impact and to make sure that it really does deliver the results, if we can put that education in, and the only systematic way, my last point I want to make, systematic way of achieving this will be through the PSHE programme.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will be brief as well. I'd like to thank the other members of the Bill Committee. It was my first Bill Committee experience, and I have to say the Minister, Shadow Minister and other members of the Committee, I felt that it was very clear from that experience that everyone was pointing in one direction. We might slightly disagree about the measures we take along the way, but ultimately we want to get to the same point. I'd also like to echo the comments of my honourable friend from Glasgow North East in support of the amendments proposed by her, and would very much like to echo the comments of a number of colleagues. At the Bill Committee stage, I raised the point around paupers, and at that point it was again the case was made that we want a blanket ban, and how can we possibly have exemptions? Well, we already have a schedule of exemptions within the bill, so there is a precedent there to do this. I think taking an approach that's been made to actually include it in an exemption now, then have the study to continue that work, rather than banning it and having to undo that and unpick a mess that we might create for ourselves, is a far more sensible approach to take. And I would hope that the number of voices from around this chamber today to that end will hopefully reach the Minister, and perhaps he'll tell us that that is a conclusion that he's now come to himself, and that is the position that we're going to take. I don't want to take up too much more time, because I am very aware of the pressures and the keenness to get on to the second group of amendments. So with that, I'll conclude.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's been said several times that perhaps this bill should have been brought forward a lot earlier, many years ago, and one of the reasons it hasn't and wasn't is because it was so difficult. Can I say to my Liberal Democrat friend that Lynn Featherstone, when she was in my job, this job, was 100% in support of this bill. And I know it's been a difficult time for the Liberal Democrats, but perhaps she was right in many of the things that she said and as we brought forward. I'm not going to comment any further on that. We disagree profoundly, and of course we will oppose the amendments that the honourable gentleman has, and he's not going to be surprised in that way. I also want to get on to the second group, Mr Deputy Speaker, so I think it's quite important that we do make some progress. But however, there have been many very important speeches that have been made in the House this afternoon in completely the right tone and attitude to what we're trying to do, which is to protect people. And all through committee, one of the things I was trying to make sure is that we kept that at the forefront as to why we're actually trying to do this. We may disagree in specific parts, and we've heard disagreements within the chamber today, and we may slightly disagree on methodology on certain parts, but at the end of the day, my responsibility as the Minister, standing at this dispatch box with my other government departments, which have worked very closely with me, and I want some of them to work even more closely as we go forward with the bill and with the review which we've committed to all the way through. So with that in mind, Mr Deputy Speaker, what I'm going to try and do is obviously speak to Amendment 1, then try and take up some of the issues that was taken up in other amendments, and then come back, if I can, to Amendment 5, which is Poppers, because I think that's what's taken up the most of the time in the chamber today, and probably one of the only areas, as alluded to by the chairman of the Select Committee, one of the only areas we slightly disagree on, and that's only going to be on actually how we do it rather than what we're going to do. Can I say at the outset also, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is, as I said very early on, is not a golden bullet. It is not the be-all and end-all. The legislation of actually just saying this is now a blanket ban, brand new type of legislation for this House. We've really not had that type of legislation before, and needs to be worked through, particularly with two other departments, or three really. The Justice Department, for obvious reasons, because we're making it a criminal offence, and fortunately I sit in that department as well, so that's quite helpful. The Health Department, particularly I was conscious very much during the course of the debate to do with public health, and actually the prevention of actually other diseases in particular this could affect, and I'll come back to that. But as Amendment New Clause 1 indicates, particularly around education. And one of the things I learned when I went to the Republic of Ireland and met with the ministers and with their scientists and with their police as to how their bill, which is close to this but not identical, how that worked. And one of the biggest things they said is that you need to get it out there. You need to make sure it's young people, but not exclusively young people, as we've discovered today. And there's no disrespect to my honourable friend from Reigate. This is not all about young people. It's actually across the age profile. So I do apologise if I refer to young people too often. But as I said on committee, it is across the profile. I will give way, but I'm not going to give away too much because we do want to get on to the next group.
I was just wondering what lessons the Minister think we could learn from the Welsh Schools Liaison Programme, which sees drug education awareness being delivered in 97% of primary and secondary schools in Wales.
Well done.
The Deputy Speaker, with devolution, different governments in different parts of this great nation and great country of ours are delivering, and it's very early days. And I fully respect, and part of the review, which I committed to earlier on, is we will look very carefully as to not only how we've done it, but as other parts, and we'll have better evidence, interestingly, from the Republic of Ireland as well. So I know we discussed this at committee, and actually the Shadow Minister was in a very steep learning curve at times, and I must stress, so was I, as with regards to part of the bill. I do think we can do it without the statutory requirement within the legislation. The Shadow Minister referred to the £180,000. The figure for the latest figure for 2011-12, which is the latest figure, believe it or not, what we had, it was £341 million on interventions and education on tackling drug misuse. So a lot, 341 million. And I accept, and right at the start, that Frank isn't perfect. Absolutely accept that, and it needs to be improved. I don't want to just scrap something and bring something in with a different name at the end of the day, and they need to work very much so with the Angeles Foundation and others, because actually the third sector, the voluntary sector, often know much better than government, which is why the previous administration and this administration have used them extensively. We need to use them more. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I can possibly speak to a couple of the other members. I know my right honourable friend, if I can make some progress, and then if I've got time I will come back to the honourable. I know there is, from the speech made by my right honourable friend, the member for Cheshire and Amersham, there was concerns that non-psychoactive substances will be called into this. This bill is specifically about psychoactive substances. I have a full understanding that we will not be catching the sorts of products that the Honourable Lady has alluded to, but we will keep a close eye. And of course, we do have the ability under the clause 3 in the bill to exempt, to take things out. I must say that clause is not designed to bring things in, which was actually slightly confusing during the course of the debates this afternoon. So when I come on to Poppers, I'll slightly explain that slightly better. No, at the moment I want to make some progress if I can, and then I'll come back if I've got some time. My honourable friend, Member for Beckenham, which I had the honour of meeting with last night, and with a professor from King's to do with research. We need research, not only within the health side and within law, to make sure that we are evidence-based. And I was very conscious last night that we needed to make sure that we're not preventing research, and this bill in this particular area actually makes a provision for it, but in the probing amendments, which using the honourable member's language, probing amendments was looking at the problems around cannabis and where we need to learn about the harms and the benefits that could come from cannabis. And I will ask my officials to continue that dialogue when we leave the chamber here this afternoon. I think that's absolutely very important. No, not at the moment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had a really interesting time. Oh, sorry, the honourable member's popped away. He's behind the bar at the moment. During the committee stage, with the representative front bench from the Scottish National Party. Anyway, we had a very good dialogue, actually, with the ministers in Scotland, particularly about one part of the bill, which is actually a very important part. It's the only part of the bill where we are banning possession and making possession a criminal offence, which is within secure facilities. That wasn't in the bill originally. That was at a request of the Justice Department and at a request, interestingly, of the prison officers and other officers that are in there, and from some prisoner groups as well, because it is a menace, particularly within our prisons and our young institutions. And can I say that during those discussions, and which is why I was quite amazed at some of the couple of amendments put down to do with taking the offence outside, away from criminal structures, both the Scottish ministers and the Cabinet Secretary were both content the possession to have an offence of possession in custodial suites as part of the bill that I added in. I'm not making any comments on the communications within the Scottish administration, but we worked really, really hard to make sure everybody was on board with this, and so I cannot, as you imagine, support the amendments that the Scottish National Party have put down. The key to this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, is protecting people. I do not want to criminalise every young person in the country or every person that has been using these products legally but dangerously for some considerable time. But what is absolutely crucial, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that we do not get into the situation where the defence within our courts is, I bought it for a couple of friends, sold it on to them, so what's the danger? It is a danger. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm so grateful to the Minister for giving way. In that case, will he ensure that he writes to me about the substances that formed my amendment to this bill, so that I can reassure my constituents that they will not be breaking the law if those continue to be on offer online?
I'm more than happy to write to my right honourable friend with the assurances, based on knowing exactly what those substances are. And I think there's probably a communication that we need to have outside this chamber. I want to give away, Mr Deputy Speaker, and then I'm going to curtail my comments so that decisions of this House can be made and we can move on to the next group.
I'm really grateful to the Minister for giving way, and it's just on this question about not wanting to criminalise, in particular, young people. Just picking up on the point made by the Scottish Nationalist spokesperson, is it the case that the bill will criminalise a young person who buys online from overseas, but will not criminalise someone who buys in an alleyway from a criminal?
Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to stop these products being available to young, old, middle-aged, old people like me. It is absolutely crucial that we do that. And one of the ways, which we've heard in this chamber today, is that they're going to get is online. We need to make sure that the criminal offence of someone selling it to someone else is going to be a criminal offence, and it will have the penalties it deserves. Because there's no point having a blanket ban that you don't actually enforce when you do it. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I now, I'm not going to give way anymore, can I just touch on probably the most emotive, understandably, and a very important part of this bill, which is the Amendment 5, which has been put down by the opposition front bench, in particular the Honourable Lady for West Ham. I desperately am not have any intent to make life difficult for any individual group. My sole role as a minister at this dispatch box, Mr Speaker, is to protect. But when I first looked at this bill and the proposals and clauses in this bill, one of the things that I asked straight on is, OK, tell me about, and I knew very little about poppers, tell me about poppers and alkyl nitrate. And one of the first things that was put in front of me, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that since 1993, these nitrates have been mentioned 20 times on a death certificate. Now, if my role is to protect, and if my role is to make sure this legislation does its job, I saw that. And then after that, and quite late on, to be fair, Mr Deputy Speaker, I started to listen to other groups, because it was the first time that they'd asked me, so it had gone through the Lords, through committee stage, when I actually, at committee, offered to meet, as I always do, any group that wanted to come and see me. Groups that were going to be affected by the poppers ban came to see me and started to give evidence that actually it wasn't as dangerous as I was alluding to, and I've just probably alluded to. So with that in mind, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, sorry, the honourable friend, I've promoted my right honourable friend for Finchley and Golders Green. I went away and, with the help of the Home Secretary and others, came up with, I think, which is a compromise, and it's a plan. I have different types of evidence, as the honourable gentleman for Finchley and Golders Green and others said, being put to me. So let's actually, for once, have an evidential base to it. So stage one, which will start immediately after this, literally, has probably already started in many ways, the MHRA will start evidence gathering. I slightly misled the Shadow Minister earlier on when I said the HMD will obviously be putting evidence into that. Stage 2, once they've gathered the resident, will be an assessment by an independent, and I stress independent, assessor. And we will come to a common agreement, I think, probably with help with the Select Committee as to who that independent individual or individuals are. We will do this with the Department of Health. This will not be a Home Office led. This will be with the Department of Health. And then following that, then we can come forward with a decision which will be jointly made by the Secretary of State for Health and the Home Secretary. And then, if necessary, we can use the regulations in Clause 3 to exempt the properties. And I expect to do that by the summer recess. A commitment that we will do that by the summer recess. I know others in the House would like us to do it the other way. I can't actually use Clause 3 to do that, actually. We would have to amend the bill again. I think that is a compromise. I think I've listened extensively across the House in the last few weeks and since it was in the other House, because this was started in the other House. I know this is going to be difficult for individuals. I fully respect individuals' views, but I hope everybody in the House respects I'm trying to do the right thing to protect people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobbies. Read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Divisions, and the tellers for the ayes are Sue Hayman and Graham Morris, and for the noes are Sarah Newton and Guy Opperman. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 241. The noes to the left, 307.
The ayes to the right, 241. The noes to the left, 307. The noes have it. The noes have it unlocked. We now come to new clause 2, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments listed on the selection paper. I now call Lynn Brown to move new clause 2.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to move new clause 2 and in doing so praise the work of my honourable friend for Barrow and Furness and the Local Government Association. These new powers in clause 2 are comparable to closure powers for premises serving alcohol under the Licensing Act 2003 and provide a helpful interim power for local authorities when premises notices have been ignored. I have to say, I don't see why we should treat outlets suspected of ignoring warnings to stop selling psychoactive substances any more gently than those believed to be selling alcohol illegally.
Question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. Kit Malthouse.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise to speak to my amendments 2 and 3 to the bill, the first of which is to deal with a small anomaly in the bill and the second to deal with something more fundamental. It's already accepted in the bill that the selling of psychoactive substances to children is a particularly heinous crime and should attract an aggravated sentence. And in the bill it contains an aggravating factor that selling psychoactive substances outside a school should attract a stiffer sentence. However, there is a group of children who are more vulnerable than those who go to school, and that is those who live in children's homes. And so I'm seeking to make it an offence to sell these substances outside a children's home. Now, I understand that the government is keen to rely on sentencing guidelines to bring these measures in. However, the question then arises as to whether we should have any aggravating factors at all. The truth is that these provisions mirror those exactly in the 1971 Misuse of Drugs Act, and that, as far as I can see, is the only reason why the children's home is being excluded from the Act. So I would ask the Minister to consider the logic of including selling them outside a children's home alongside a school. But the second issue is more fundamental. I am seeking to make it an aggravated offence to sell these substances to anybody under 18. The law for the protection of children in this country is patchy, elderly and confused. In particular, it does not privilege children as a group against whom committing a crime is particularly serious. We privilege lots of other groups, those of a religious faith, particular ethnicities, those of a particular sexuality, that if a crime is committed against them because of who they are, then that is more serious in sentencing terms. But children are not amongst that group. And so in this amendment, I am seeking to make the sale of this to anybody under 18 a more serious offence in the eyes of a judge and attract a stiffer sentence. And I do so in the hope that in any future criminal justice bill that appears, or indeed sentencing bill, this House could do what it did in 2012 when it made the transgender community an aggravated feature, as it's called, that any offence committed against them because of particular characteristics attracts a stiffer sentence, that we can do the same for children in future legislation. It is about time that we focused on some of the very elderly children's legislation and brought it up to date, and the first step in doing so is sending a signal to the courts and to the public in general that we see children as a group worthy of special protection. Thank you.
John Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Many apologies for the confusion. I thought this was coming later. If I can just speak really briefly, I'm grateful to yourself for having allocated time for this, and I just impress upon the government that they ought to consider this as an extra protection. I think it is a really good step forward that we are bringing in the blanket ban, which many of us on this side of the House and the other side have been calling for some time. But there is still potentially a significant gap between being able to decide that the police or local authority seeing that there is these substances being traded and then being able to apply for a court order and get a court order granted. This amendment would simply allow an interim ban to be placed while the court order is heard. And then if it turned out to be misplaced, there could be compensation of some kind, but it will give communities the extra protection that they need and deserve in these circumstances.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I apologise to the House that my comments will have to be short because of the time. And can I say to speak to Amendment 2, I fully understand where we're coming from, I understand the tone of this. Actually, I do believe that the judicial oversight is very, very important. And I think the Honourable Gentleman touched on the fact that we have to compensate if we got it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong. I believe we can get this in the courts very quickly. And we do that on other business within the courts very quickly. We can get judges to make that decision. Can I say to Amendments 2 and 3 to my honourable friend, I also fully understand the logic around why under the old legislation are we, in the 1971 Act, do we specifically designate schools? That is because of the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971. I absolutely agree that we should bring legislation up to date and be fast. I believe the Sentencing Council is that place in a modern democracy, but I must reiterate, under section 125 in brackets 1 of the Corridors and Justice Act 2009, courts are under exactly the same obligations to consider aggregating factors when sentencing an offender, whether those factors are in this bill or in the guidelines issued by the Sentencing Council. So sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, while I fully understand both sections of the changes to the bill, sadly on this occasion I think we need to go with the bill as it is drafted.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Aye. Division, clear the lobbies. The question is that new clause 2. Mr. Gold. The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The tellers for the aye, Sue Hayman and Graham Morris, and for the no, Sarah Newton and Guy Opperman. Lock the doors.
Order! The ayes to the right, 227. The noes to the left, 306.
The ayes to the right, 227. The noes to the left, 306. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. Order, order. Under the order of the House of the 19th of October, I now must put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion all the remaining proceedings on consideration. I just call the SNP to move formally 14. 14, move, thank you. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Division. Well, Order. The question is Amendment 14 be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Owen Thompson and Marion Fellows, and for those, Guy Opperman and Sarah Newton. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 47. The noes to the left, 307.
The ayes to the right, 47. The noes to the left, 307. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Minister to move Government Amendment 6 to 9 formally.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is that Government Amendment 6 to 9 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Call Lynn Brown to move formally Amendment 5. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. Will be in a minute. Order. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no.
No.
The ayes, Sue Hayman and Graham Morris, and the noes, Sarah Newton and Guy Upham. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 228. The noes to the left, 309.
The ayes to the right, 228. The noes to the left, 309. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Okay, Minister to move amendments 10 and 11.
No, formally, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that government amendments 10 and 11 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to consideration. There's been completed third reading. No.
Now.
No. Question is that the Minister is now about to move, I understand. Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I say at the outset of my closing remarks at third reading, this has been an experience. I fully understand why previous ministers and previous governments looked long and hard at this bill, even though it was desperately needed, even though there was a lot of talk, and actually it didn't go very far. And at the outset, can I commend the work done by the Liberal Democrat ministers in the previous administration, both Norman Baker and Lynn Featherstone, who were very much in the driving seat in the bill and preparing it to come forward. And actually, in many ways, I would like to have seen the bill come forward in the previous session, the previous Parliament. Not least, it wouldn't have been me at the dispatch box having to do so much difficulty. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an enormously important bill. It is not perfect, but it's an awful lot better than what we had before we started. It has some minor, and I say minor, amendments that needed to be addressed in the other House. But, Mr Speaker, In 2014, there were 129 deaths in Great Britain that the substance, new psychoactive substances, was implicated in. On the day that I announced that this bill was going to come through, I took a call from a journalist in Scotland, from Falkirk, wanted a comment as to why I was doing it. And as I started to talk to him, he actually said to me, there was a gentleman and a lady that is in the area of Falkirk who had been to a head shop a couple of days before and bought what they thought were safe, legal products, and within hours he was dead and she was seriously injured. And I hope that she's made a full recovery. I really passionately do. I am conscious that we shouldn't anymore ever talk about a legal high which is safe or legal or any other measure. If you take a substance, you have to realise the dangers involved in it. And the education part of this, which I know the Shadow Minister wanted us to be strong on, we will work continuously together to make sure. Can I also say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the tone and the way that this bill has been managed to be brought forward quite speedily, as the Chair of the Select Committee alluded to. There was speedy work done by the Select Committee. There was speedy work done on the Bill Committee. But can I say thank you to all members of the Bill Committee? And there was some members of the Bill Committee that had never taken a bill through on Bill Committee, but particularly from the Scottish National Party. And actually, I pay tribute to the attitude and the way that that was done. Can I also pay tribute to the devolved administrations, Mr Deputy Speaker, because this bill covers the whole of the United Kingdom. It's a very, very important bill in the way that we have actually done it. Can I pay tribute also, in particular, to my referendum member for Finchley and Wood Green, because there was no intent ever in this bill to make it difficult for any individual or individual groups. What we wanted to do, and what I wanted to do, and I was passionate about, is make it safe in this country, and we got away from the concept that something that you thought was fun would be safe, and at the end of the day was going to take your life or your loved one's life. The bill, my team, led by an excellent bill manager, have done excellent work as well, and I think it pays tribute to the work that was done before, perhaps I was the Minister, as to the background information and the way that we've understood the way that this bill could work. It's absolutely right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the bill which this is similar to is not identical to the one that was introduced a couple of years ago in the Republic of Ireland, because we've learned from some of the mistakes that were made there. And to be fair, they're looking very closely at us now. Can I say also, Mr Deputy Speaker, that other countries around the world, we're not alone to having our communities blighted by these products. We're not alone. Around the world, other countries are trying desperately to see how they can do it. And I know other ministers, and I've got a minister next week from far, far away coming to talk to me and saying, OK, how have you done this? How are we going to do it? Can we help you? And monitoring as we go forward so we can introduce similar things. Can I say that there was one major amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, that without any shadow of a doubt I hope works, and I hope it works very fast. And that was the amendment, the government amendment on possession within custodial premises, in other words, prison and the other closed estate. This was requested not by me, but actually the Prisons Minister. And the reason he requested it is he had the governors around the country, the Prison Officers Union, and others, including the prisoners, saying, this is out of hand in our prisons. We need help to do it. Now, there was lots of people who said that there was legislation that could have been used. At the end, it's absolutely implicit on the face of this bill that possession within prison or other custodial premises, it is a criminal offence. Nobody wanted in this House to criminalise everybody in possession, but actually within these institutions it's very important. And I hope that works really quickly, along with, for instance, the body-worn cameras which are being trialled in our prisons at the moment to prevent assaults on their staff. So, Mr Davis, I'm conscious that there are others that wanted that. I'm enormously proud to have brought this bill through. I think it will save lives. As a father, I can only imagine what others have gone through that have had their loved ones taken away from them or badly damaged. I also panicked like hell when my daughters went to university. They're really sensible kids. They understood everything, but they were also could easily have been dragged into the situation that this is safe. It wasn't safe, and we've made sure that everybody knows that now.
The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Lynn Brown.
Grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker. Labour's 2015 manifesto included a commitment to ban the sale and distribution of dangerous psychoactive substances. We believe that a blanket ban with listed exemptions is the most effective means of beginning to tackle the serious public health problem these drugs have brought about, and that is why we on these benches support this bill. We've not agreed with the government on every detail of this bill, but we have been united in wanting the most effective legislation possible to tackle the scourge of these dangerous substances and to curb the criminal fraternity who are pushing them on our young people. I'm greatly disappointed that the government has chosen not to place poppers on the exemptions list. I do believe that this will undermine this bill and place popper users, particularly men who have sex with men, at greater risk of harm. Despite our support for the general approach of the bill, I've made it clear that we don't think this legislation alone will tackle the issue. Marion Stewart, an amazing woman, said in May, "No law can offer the perfect solution to protect people from drugs. It is equally vital that we concentrate our efforts of making the public, young people in particular, more aware of the harms of these substances in our schools, at universities and during festivals." I couldn't agree more. Sadly, the government does not seem to agree that a comprehensive education and awareness strategy needs to go alongside the measures contained in this bill. That is truly the only way in which we will effectively reduce demand and thereby make measures controlling supply easier and more effective. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Denton and Regic for working closely with me on this bill. His insights into the public health aspects of the legislation have been invaluable, and it's been a real pleasure to work with him. I'd also like to thank the Minister, the Honourable Member for Hemel Hempstead, for the spirit of cooperation that he's shown throughout the passing of this bill, and his humour, and indeed the SNP, who have been really great to work with. This has been my first one, and it's been really good to have them alongside. This legislation was introduced in the other place, and I want to pay tribute to the excellent work done by my Labour colleagues there, in particular the noble Lord Rosser, who led on the bill for Labour. My colleagues in the other place were instrumental in improving the bill by securing more comprehensive exceptions for academic and medical research, and I'm convinced that the input from the Labour side of the House has made a real difference to this bill. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the House is divided tonight, we will be voting for the bill before us. Expert advice and experience from Ireland suggests that a blanket ban is the most effective means of beginning to tackle the pernicious industry into psychoactive substances. We committed to banning new psychoactive substances in our manifesto, and I sincerely believe this bill is a good first step in our battle to protect the public and our children from the serious health risks and harms that these dangerous drugs present. However, the fight against the harms brought about by new psychoactive substances is only just beginning, and I will continue to work for better drug education and awareness in this country as that fight continues.
Here.
Brian.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I just echo the words of both front benches about the pleasure it's been to work on this bill, and with both benches, all three benches in fact. It's come as a bit of a rude shock, actually, at the end of this process, where it's been complete consensus and no divisions, even in the Bill Committee. And from somebody who sat on the Health and Social Care Bill Committee in the last Parliament, I'm not used to such bill committees. But to then, like number 10 bus, to then have three in a row, I won't, if you don't mind, because there are two of my colleagues who want to speak, and we're going to finish on time. I think it is. I just want to say three things. I think it's unfortunate, although it is. I don't in any way denigrate the importance of the subject. I think it is a shame that we have spent so much time today discussing Amendment 5 around poppers. All I will say on that is, it is a hugely important issue. We need to get it resolved, move on from it quickly. I really appreciated what the Minister said about immediately. And by the summer, and I've written those things down there on my notes, and as his former PPS, he knows that I will hold him to that. There has been huge interest in this subject in the House in the time that I've been here since 2010. questions, Westminster Hall debates, Prime Minister's questions in the last Parliament that led to it being in, I believe, both manifestos at the general election. And here we are today, almost with it done. And why? Why is this important? I just want to return to an 18-year-old who died in my constituency at a music festival, having fun. She had everything to live for. She was an Army cadet. She's a Duke of Edinburgh Gold Award winner. But for £40, her life was gone. And her dad said at the inquest, "I always imagined if any harm came to Ellie, it would be on a bungee jump or canoeing down a fierce river or in an accident on a mountain, but nothing like this. She was so sensible. It's an absolute tragedy for our family. It was one act of stupidity that has destroyed us." And that really does say it all, doesn't it, as to why we're here. And let's remember, NPS, as they are currently, are notoriously difficult to identify. They currently have to be regulated on a substance by substance or even group by group basis because of the diversity and the speed at which they're developed to replace drugs that are controlled under the 1971 Act. For me, the cruelest danger of the so-called legal highs was that I've seen so many times sold at the festivals that I attend happily with my friends and this summer with my family at festivals as harmless fun. And they, of course, are anything but. Do I think the bill addresses the problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I believe so, because it's the blanket ban that we promised. It's one that we've been crying out for, we've campaigned for many years. The current response in Hampshire, where I represent, is built around reducing demand, restricting supply, and the use of trading standards. Now, Hampshire trading standards have tried everything, but they've been unable to successfully secure a prosecution using existing legislation for the sale of MPS via head shops in the county. They focus instead on supporting the police down the route of current antisocial behaviour legislation where that can be associated with a problem retailer. And it doesn't take a genius to work out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this is merely fiddling while Rome burns. It's all good work, but I believe we've been tying hands behind backs without this legislation, and we now nearly have it. I mentioned head shops. There was one, and I'm glad to say there was, and at second reading it was still there, but there was one on Stockbridge Road in my constituency, and that was closed down last month through antisocial behaviour legislation. My hope is that this legislation, as has happened in Ireland, will lead to the end of many, many more of those head shops. And as I say, the one in Winchester now closed. Have we improved the bill as it's gone through the House? I sat, as I said, on the Bill Committee. As the Minister said, we introduced the new offence of possession of a psychoactive substance in the secure estate under Clause 1, and I think that is absolutely crucial, and like him, I share a great deal of hope that that will make a big difference. There is a huge problem in the secure estate right now, and we have a responsibility to tackle it. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think this is a very good bill. It's been a long time coming. It's been a pleasure to play even a small part in it. It was a manifesto commitment. We are getting on with delivering that manifesto. I think we are here to do no harm and to do as much good as we possibly can. And I think, on balance, although as the Minister has said it is not perfect, that this bill is a giant leap in that direction. So thank you very much.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be very brief. I'll just start with congratulating all those involved in bringing this bill forward, including the Government, the Minister himself, who I'm sure everyone will agree has been very willing to engage in very open and robust debate about various different points in this, the Scottish Government, who have supported the ethos behind this bill, the committees involved in it, and our colleagues on the Labour benches. This is the second, although I wasn't on the committee, it's the second bill that I've been closely involved with, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside Labour colleagues on a number of issues. It's clear that new psychoactive substances are dangerous, and we are letting that message get out there now. But they're also unpredictable. There is no way of knowing what is in what people are buying, and there is no way of predicting the impact on the individual. In the last debate in this House, I talked about someone I know who took one thing, made one foolish mistake at the age of 17, a talented young medical student, beautiful girl who spent the rest of her life and still spends her life in a locked psychiatric ward because of the impact, because you can never predict how it will impact on you. I have some remaining concerns, the Minister will be aware of that, particularly on things like paupers, but I look forward to the review. And I remain concerned about this issue about differentiating between people who buy from the internet and those who buy down a dark alley off a drug dealer. That is a remaining concern for me, but I do understand that the Minister has said that is not the intention behind that part of the bill, and I accept it's not the intention, and I'll just quote him: the spirit of the bill is that we do not want to criminalise individuals for possession. Possession in a club would not be an offence. Indeed, possession is not an offence under any part of the legislation. And purchase and possession would be legal, so there would be no illegality on the part of the individual. Oh, if I'm allowed to take an intervention, I will.
Just one, in the spirit of what we've taken all the bill for, there is one section of the bill which is illegal, which is inside the secure institutions.
I understand that. I was referring, as the Minister knows, I was against that, but I was referring specifically to this thing about buying from the internet. And we can't have those words in the bill today, but we do have the Minister's words, and lawyers will be able to use them if they have to. But my intention in all of this is to protect people on two fronts, is to protect their health by supporting the bill in the first place, and to protect them from being criminalised for making a foolish mistake on one occasion. And I commend the bill as it stands and hope that if it turns out that we're right about some aspects of this, it will be amended at a later stage.
Yeah.
Flick Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I'm very limited in time, so I'll be very quick. I'm absolutely delighted with this bill. I've been working with a number of families for a very long time before this election who suffered terribly from the effects of these dangerous chemicals. And I've heard firsthand at meetings at places like Rebound and Anna and other charities that I've worked with. And I was extremely grateful for the Justice Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Epsom and Ewell, before the election, who came down to meet with the victims, and he was horrified to be taken round 5 head shops. We have 5 head shops in Portsmouth. I actually took him to one of them where you can buy drugs over the counter. It would horrify you, Mr. Speaker, to know that there's a shop selling these chemicals just over the road from a primary school in Portsmouth and another one opposite a secondary school. I'm also pleased that my local paper, The News, has been backing this campaign, and Hampshire Police have had their own initiative against lethal highs, as they accurately call them. And I'm sure my honourable colleagues in Hampshire will join me in applauding the excellent work they've done in this field. Whatever you call these new psychoactive drugs, legal highs or club drugs, or by a number of innocent-sounding brand names of specific compounds, the dangers they pose are deliberately hidden by the sellers and producers from the people that consume them. And they look all very glitzy and like sweets in the shop, but they're extremely dangerous. Some of the compounds often mixed with legal highs are in fact already controlled, such as ketamine and medrophone, but there's a wide range of uncontrolled chemicals, and I'm really pleased that we're going to bring this all under control under this bill. I also urge all the local authorities, including my own at Portsmouth, that they will start now dealing with these head shops and start planning how to tackle this menace generally. As always, we have to balance punishment and criminalisation against rehabilitation and support. Many of these people who take these substances are vulnerable and need support as well as deterrence, and that includes many people in the criminal justice system. Many of them who dabble in these are children, especially are vulnerable, as these substances hide behind deceptively childish names and presentations. Having seen at first hand the effects on families, we need to take action now, and I'm absolutely thrilled that this bill is going to be accepted tonight.
Mr. Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask just what time limit is left for the other gentleman that follows me, if that's possible?
Good of the honourable gentleman to pursue a bit of information. The answer is the debate must conclude at 5:39. So it fits neatly with the legendary succinctness of the honourable gentleman. Mr. Jim Shannon.
Speaker, thank you very much. I want to be fair, and that's why I asked the issue. Can I just say, first of all, that I'm very, very pleased to have the legislation on the floor of the House and agreed, and to the Minister who we have a great affection for. We're very pleased to see that you delivered what you said you would deliver and the time that you said you would, and this government has done that as well. To the civil servants who are here and they don't often get thanks, they should get more. Can I say to them as well, thank you very much for all the hard work that you've done, because it's yourselves that have helped the committee and government to formulate the legislation and bring it forward. In my party, the Democratic Unionist Party, we're committed to this. We wanted to see legislative change. I've been approached by FASA, a group who helps those with addictions, and they wanted the legislative change. My constituents wanted the legislative change. We now have that in place. We have the law of the land, and that's good news. On behalf of Adam Owen's family, to his father and stepmom and his friends, they wanted with a rally in Newtownards town in the middle of my constituency from all his family and his friends. We've delivered on that. I give them a commitment myself that I would do so within this House and work with government to make that happen. So with that in mind, Mr Speaker, I just want to say on behalf of my constituents in Strangford and across the whole of Northern Ireland, a very special thanks to government for doing what they said they would do and for delivering, and we thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Mr Craig McKinley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. For too long we've seen a growth of these shops such as Skunk Works and the like proliferating on our high streets, reaching 250 of them in 2014. But they weren't just selling NPSs, they were NPSs badged up in attractive packaging with names such as Gocaine and Herbal Haze and the like. But these shops were selling legally and openly various what I'd call paraphernalia involved in wider drug use, involving bongs, seeds, pipes and hydroponic growing and lighting systems. And in advance of this bill, many of these shops have now thankfully closed. We had one such shop in Margate, and it was raided by Kent Police, found 269 banned items and confiscated 52 various varieties of what you might call legal highs and herbal tobacco substitutes. Of course, the internet will remain and will grow as a source of such products and as a source of prescription-only drugs such as steroids. Now, the number of deaths involved in NPS are low compared with the number of deaths involving heroin, morphine and other opiates and cocaine, but they're substantial enough with too many young lives being wasted. I therefore welcome the government's attempt to clamp down on these substances. My only marginal concerns with the bill is that the definition is very broad.
The honourable gentleman is going to leave time for the honourable member from Newport as well, so he's bringing his remarks to a close.
And by its very intent, arguably the blanket ban must be so, else we will just continue the game of cat and mouse that has characterised control of these substances to date. We've heard a lot about Ireland, and I hope that the experience here will be broadly as positive. We didn't mention New Zealand, who have also tackled this problem head-on. As I've said, I support the government's ambition to take action. I remain a libertarian. I'm not a killjoy, but these lethal highs have killed too many. They've damaged others, and an evil that this place is here to act upon. I hope the bill will have its intended consequences, and I support it.
Glenn, thank you.
Evidence-free and prejudice-rich. It will do harm. It's evidence-free because the House has ignored the evidence of the countries that have taken this step before have increased drug use. We banned methadone, and the result was the use increased again. By banning it, you make it more attractive. You drive it underground. You increase the prices, and you have more irresponsible people selling it. When I've been in this House for every cannabis debate, every drugs debate for the last 28 years, and it's the shared foolishness of the House that believes that prohibition works. Prohibition doesn't. Prohibition makes things worse. Drugs won't be under control by this bill in the same way that drugs aren't controlled in our prisons, where there's illegal drug use in every single one of them. This is a foolish bill based on prejudice and not based on evidence.
Order. We move on now. We come to the question of the bill being now read the third time. As many as other opinions say aye. I apologise. The honourable gentleman's speech finished just before I expected it to do. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to the 5 motions on proceeds of crime, which it will be convenient to debate together. In a moment, I shall call the Minister to move the first of the 5 motions, I refer, of course, to the Minister of State for Security. Right Honourable Gentleman.